itself because, as I said, I looked into it. Other people decided that my game was educational. So, but I did have challenges working in a classroom setting. I mean, because my game network to connect together, which I did through Wi-Fi or something Bluetooth. I found that in classrooms, in particular, the Wi-Fi security setup such that devices can't talk to each other. So that's a problem that I have to solve. And often in situations where you might want to use a game like this, that's quite secure, and so it's essential for how the game works. So that poses a big challenge, and at the moment, in fact, I'm solving this by using the internet to try and get around these closed networks. It's my biggest challenge, technically.
And that is a big challenge. I know that port 443 and port 80, those are the 2 ports that you can go to in schools. I don't know much about technology, but I can tell you that because I'm always asking that question.
Yeah, that was a huge issue when we were trying out Space Team. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so to wrap up before we take audience questions, what are some future directions you or your company are taking? If you can't talk about that, then what are some future directions that you're hoping games will take?
VR, I think everyone's interested in knowing what's going to happen with VR virtual reality. Not sure. I mean, it's a wonderful kind of idea, but I mean, I've seen how hard it is just to get a tablet in the hands or have a BYO, bring your own device to a school, then trying to bring in virtual reality goggles and how much those cost and then have the content on it. I don't see it happening for the foreseeable future. I don't know if that means 3 years. I don't know if that means 10 years. I don't know what that means, but I think everyone's super interested in it, but I'm not sure what that's going to come to. There's a game company, one of the biggest educational game companies called Shell Games, and they just got a grant from the Department of Education to make a virtual reality chemistry lab. The idea is that chemistry labs are really expensive, but if you make a virtual reality one, it's a lot less expensive, and you can do all your mixing and you can do everything like that. You can talk with other people around a table and learn, and so the cost comes down. So what they're doing is they're trying to say, look, it might be expensive to have these goggles, but it'll be less expensive to have a chemistry lab. I don't know if it's going to work. I mean, it's always wonderful ideas, and it sounds really exciting, but you'll see in about a year or two whether it does work or not. But it is one of those projects that I think has the potential of working. The game, Keep Talking and No One Explodes. It's a great game. I just don't see how that's ever going to come into a classroom. You have pairs of students, one person with goggles, one person without, and a classroom of 30, you need 15 sets of goggles. I don't know how.
You can actually play it without the VR, yeah. Works fine.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
But,
yeah.
So
the challenges are there, but
yeah. But then there's one last chance. So that's virtual reality. Cool. I don't know.
Well, and with the VR chemistry lab, you don't accidentally create mustard gas in the factory
Right,
at your grade 8 gym.
It is probably safe.
Not that this has happened.
I'm actually not super interested in VR because like my game is about interaction with live face and already like translating VR even more. I shut myself on the whole world. So also it makes me sick. And I can see the pixels. So I don't particularly like VR, but I think augmented reality is more interesting for me, where you can see the world, and there's also other things in the world overlaid on top of it. But yeah, VR is kind of antithetical to my approach to interact with operating games. Just oppose it counter to the everyone thinks I did not be on. There's some other good stuff. So I'm still working on facing the ESL, but we're also working with Concordia again to similar version of teaching French, FSL, it's like different things. But we're extending it to other languages. That's it. Format works. It's worked really well for us. So we're excited about that. And then I'm also working on another game that's not educational, but is also cooperative and has the same form. involves solving puzzles with your friends and working together. So it doesn't have the language learning aspect. It's going to have a lot of the same operation and working together and problem solving. And so I don't have any particular plans to use it in an educational context, but I think it might have some of the same.
Yeah, so there's no secret, so we're already working on the sequel to Slice Fractions. I guess the goal in the long term, so we can like survive on cells if everything goes well, we can survive on cells and answer, but the goal is that eventually once we build a portfolio of bad games, that this becomes interesting for somebody trying to go into schools, because I don't think we're going to solve the problem, by that I mean like our small company, solve the problem of selling to schools. But ideally, as we mentioned, I think what games are good at is like some particular subjects, right? Like small subjects that are hard to understand. And what schools are really wanting at the administrative level is like a solution that covers a full curriculum, like grade 1, grade 2, something like that. We're not going to do that. Like it doesn't make sense. It's not going to be a good product. It's not going to be a good game. So hopefully we could find a partner that already does that and is also interested in supplementing that experience with like games that are interesting for kids and kids and find out they can understand the subject and then go into more details with that solution. So I don't know who that partner is, but hopefully we'll find somebody that can fix a few problems like that for us.
Great.
As for me, our company still has plans for the Weekly Academy game. We have ideas and propositions for phase like 2, 3, up until 2018. We have plans for that, so that's going to keep us quite busy. As for future video games for education in general, I mean, again, VR and AR, I find are very interesting avenues. Even for VR, I'm going to counter your I did find some people who are trying to address this like isolating effect of VR. One of them that I found while doing some research, I'm probably going to get the name wrong, but I think it's called virtual field trip. And the idea is that all the students would have this headset in a VR environment, so like the jungle, the ocean, you set up 360 cameras so that you can have a view, and at the same time, the teacher who has a tablet can see on the tablet what everyone is looking at, and he can also guide the kids by basically drawing arrows on the world or just identifying points of interest. And it becomes a sort of back and forth between the kids who are looking around in this environment and the teacher who is showing them, doing a virtual field trip, essentially. So they're trying to address the isolating effect of VR. I think it still has some way to go. Basically, as long as the technology doesn't allow you to tell where other people are inside VR. Like if I have a VR, you have VR, I have no idea. Yeah. So eventually they're going to solve that, and I think that's going to help. As for AR, I think that's a very untapped source so far. We're just starting to have interesting avenues for AR. We have the HoloLens is starting, but it's not quite there yet. There's the new phone, the Tango, I think, which actually has the capability to know its surroundings. Like it can tell that there's a table in front of you, and it can like place something on the table so you can actually interact with the world. So that's going to be a new step up as well. So I'm hoping that becomes something interesting. But yeah, then there's the budget concerns, which are a whole other ballgame.
Great. Well, thank you very much to our panelists. Okay, we have about 15 minutes left, and then we've got to run out of time. Take some questions here.
design model with all other models? I mean, will you gather the programmers, target audience, or the subject matter experts all together in the same room? You will discuss what you will produce, or you will just do a needs analysis separately?
Well, I can speak to our process that it's more. So my background is mostly in academia, and so whenever I go into a subject, I usually look at the list of misconceptions I go through that subject, what types of errors you get, and stuff. But also work with experts for that. So like I went to a researcher's house, like a UCAN researcher in the Department of Math and Education, I guess, Math and Education, the same department there, and they are much more aware of research that right? If you want to represent a fractions using a symbolic method, actually, I can draw like 15 ways of doing it, but then he knows, oh well, we already know that works better than this for this reason. So it's very much back and forth with researchers. And then after that, it's like a matter of building. So one of the things that we rolled out really early on with kids is that, yeah, you don't really understand the numerical representation of fractions, doesn't make sense at all. So now we have to fix that. So it's like a back and forth between like, moving classroom, interact with kids, and then implement something, try it again, go back to the researcher, like before implementing it and try to figure out what makes sense. So it's really, I don't know a good word for it, but it's really like cyclical, right? Like you go to one and then you go back.
So you will not work together at the same time?
No, we do, yeah. No, so for example, I will go with the researcher. Oh, sorry.
The learners, the users of the games, researchers, and the programmers, we will not work together in the same room.
We will. So when we do play tests, right? So we go in our classroom, right? We're all there, right? We're all like looking and asking questions and trying to figure out what you understand. Is that the question?
So you will not ask what the learners need at the beginning. So you will just go to ask the subject matter experts, right?
It can be both of them.
Yeah.
We work with the learners, but frequently the subject matter experts, their job is to tell you these are the misconceptions, where you might have that understanding, and they start working on it is an iterative process, and some of it is intuition. I'm going to make a guess what I think it is, because you can't test everything. Although it's wonderful to think about it.
Well, there's also the problem of, so for example, for fractions, right? Like, if I go to a kid, I can't ask him direct questions about what he understands and whatnot, right? So even after they play the game, it's really hard for them to like verbalize what worked and what didn't for them. And it's much more about observing what happened in their emotions and their face and whatnot, rather than like, I can't think of all this, I don't understand this level of what happened. You can't even like conceptualize that at that age. Yeah. So, but yeah, for like, probably older kids, it probably makes more sense to like go over them and say like, okay, well, why did that?
How do you balance the needs of the learners and the needs of the teacher?
Do you guys want to, because I can answer, but I don't want to like monopolize.
Yeah, everyone's important. I mean, it's like a textbook. When you have a textbook, you're selling it to the teacher, because the teacher's what deciding what's going to be used, and then it's the students who use it. So that's what we call broken marketing. It's broken because it's not the end user who's paying, and that's just the way that it works. So everyone has to be involved, and you want the teacher to be involved because you want the teacher to be part of it, part of the process. But it's also very different when you're making your own IP versus when you're doing contract work. When you're doing contract work, you don't get to make all the decisions, which can be liberating because you don't always have all the responsibility. But when you're making your IP, intellectual property, it's your own product. You are making all the decisions. If it goes well, awesome. If it goes bad, that's all on you. So it's a different process for both of them.
I was just really interested in I was noticing that there seems to be a disconnect between educational and fun. When you're talking about your games, right, you want to make them fun in order to keep the child's motivation. And your approach was just to make something fun, and then that's what worked. So I was wondering if you had a thought, or is that something that's on your mind?
Yeah, I've been meaning to say something all along, and I didn't, find a good time for it, but that's probably a good time. I think all games are educational. They're just not educational about, the subject matter that you want, right? So I was working on a shooter before, right? We had to do tutorials. We had to do, teach you about the physics of that weapon. We teach you about this thing. And we just go through a sequence of, events that make sense for you, and through the game mechanics, we teach you the subject matter. And once you see game design, that educational game design that way, I think the dichotomy between it should be fun, but it should also be educational, right? It just crumbles because you just try to make a game with game mechanics that you want to teach with, right? And in order to enjoy the game, you have to understand the game mechanics. So there's no, I think what you're seeing with that, which is very typical, is when you have a game that is a reward for the boring part, which is the common analogy is you all know this one probably, chocolate covered broccoli. The broccoli is the part you have to learn, right? And then the chocolate is the game mechanics, right? And if you start having problem where, I think as you design, you start having problems where the fun part is just, it's a matter of how much fun should we have versus the bad stinking, learning part, right? That's probably should probably pose a diagnostic that your game probably doesn't make sense so much, right? You want to do it carefully.
Actually, if I can just jump in here.
Yeah.
Working with Space Team ESL, and I think Avery had similar results with Rage Negotiate. The fun aspect of the game really removes some anxiety from the students. These games both encourage oral production, oral interaction. So as the students are concentrating on the game and producing the language, we saw that their anxiety levels went down. So they're more willing to speak in those contexts.
So, first of all, thank you very much. It was really nice to see such a nuanced conversation about unification. And I just kind of wanted to jump onto this comment. I think it's not only is it a bit of a false dichotomy between the fun versus educational component, I think it's also the concept of if you're having fun, you need to forget that you're learning. I don't think that should necessarily be the case. And obviously this is open, for discussion. But I think we need to consider creating whatever tools to help us learn how to make learning fun for ourselves. So you're developing these metacognitive skills. And I think that's a really important distinction to make. That you're not having fun because you're forgetting that you're learning. You're actually having fun and learning.
The minute you understand all outcomes of tic-tac-toe, stop having fun because you're not learning. And if we can make that obvious to players, that's just kind of a big review for me. But, yeah, we should consider that.
We have time for one more question.
Thanks for coming, all four of you, excellent panel. My question is there any specific education game or hardware or product that you think is especially bad, but it's just really popular and it shouldn't be?
I mean, it's an educational game, and it's
an
bad?
education game, and it's being pushed really hard, and it's in a lot of schools, and I just feel like it's overblown, and it's just me.
Right? Definitely not.
Well, it's
Probably competitive, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that ABC, that's terrible.
Well, I mean, I could tell you, I wouldn't say it's a system now called ABC Mouse, which is essentially almost the same thing as what we're trying to do, which is a whole bunch of little micro experiences, micro activities wrapped into a bigger app. But we, on our side, what we found was very complicated about it is that at no point is it kid friendly except for the little micro activities that they play. They have very convoluted menus. It was very hard to find your way around the app itself. Essentially, if you were to put a kid in front of this, he would not know what to do. You need to have a parent there, talk to them, to guide them. So on our side, that was one of the driving forces behind how we designed our experiences. there's always going to be a need for a parent, but we want to make the kid independent-ish as quickly as possible. And that's something that is very hard to do. And I think that if we go through the App Store together and look at the games for very young people, we'll realize like this is not, the kid will not understand this, he'll get stuck here, he'll have trouble with this.
And that contributes to the overall feeling that educational games, I mean, the first thing you said,
Yeah.
educational games are bad or they're not fun. Well, the problem is that there's whatever, 100,000 of them out there, or 1 million of them out there, and a lot of them are bad, but you know, there might be 20 or 50 or 100 that are good or getting better, and you're up against those other whatever number is. It's quite daunting, but we're still working at this and we're still getting better at it, and it will get better and it will become obvious which ones are good and which ones aren't. But right now, if you've got a lot of marketing money, you can say you're an educational app and you can sell.
That's the problem. Discovery is the problem.
And then it you know, looks bad on the rest of us because they say, well, this wasn't fun and I didn't learn it. I'm saying, well, okay.
In some of the markets, if you make a good game for older kids, if you make a good game, it's gonna. There's a chance at least that it's gonna speak for itself, and it's gonna be hugely popular. Minecraft is kind of like a lot of marketing, which is awesome, and people like, and made a lot of money that way. Everybody do it. Make a good educational game, like you don't have even like the kids will know it, but they're not gonna speak about that game to like their folks. They're not gonna go to Facebook to like viral, right? Like it's not gonna happen. So discovery is really hard in that field, and everybody can win if they put marketing on. I just realized maybe we should mention that like your game is free on the web if people want to try it, right? Like your game is going to come out in July, I think, or something like that.
Yes, it's not going to be free though.
Okay, yeah.
We have a Montreal, Morbus Delirium, which is a game from Montreal Science Center. It's free, you can play it on the web, and it's also an application to play at the Science Center for the treasure hunt. So it's two different experiences. It's a transmedia experience. So you can try it out. Morbus Delirium. Check it out online. It's totally free.
And if you, so our game is paying also, but if you want like have a few free versions of the game, then it's all
definitely check it out. I tell you, it's worth it. 15 minutes, you'll have a great time, and you'll see that it's really good.
All right, well, thank you very much to the panelists and for All right, so there are more sessions, more presentations starting at 2:45. So go take a break.
I saw you. Yeah, yeah. Oh, you have me. Whatever color is the lead card. Which color do you want? Would you like, I don't care. I don't.
Are you the technician?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
You wanna?
He's ours.
Thank you so much.
That's fun.
Really, this is
So what we are suggesting is that the presenters transfer the presentation to this laptop because we are sharing this screen and broadcasting the event across the meeting.
Oh my god.
Now I'm not more stressed.
So
Okay.
no, it's okay, right? The thing is, you just started right now, and we are basically still testing.
That's great. No, but it's such a good idea.
That's fine.
So great.
She'll pass them out.
Another
Pass them out and then take a minute.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is a problem, but not the setup I was, well, not what I was expecting. I thought it would be a little bit more workshop.
Yeah, me too.
But, hey, I feel so bad just about
Later today, and I'm wondering if I can.
maybe him.
Yes.
Should I download a presentation that I have on the stage now?
Yes. Yes. Do you know in which room you are presenting? That's awesome.
So I don't know which one you prefer, a PDF or a PowerPoint.
This is fine.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. That was awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's there.
That's it.
It's funny, only an academic would ask that.
Okay, I will search you.
Search me out in the group. Yeah.
I thought you don't like using social media.
Well, that's kind of like,
Kind of social
yeah,
media,
that's
not
kind of,
Snapchat.
it's like a
social media.
business. It's kind of,
Okay.
Thank you.
we will
Anybody
show
else?
you that there are, in case you get like a list of some of the better ones that are out there.
Yeah.
But, you know,
It's just online.
all very,
Oh,
very
yes.
Thank you.
show you that we're doing better and better.
But I avoid.
We'll do five
I mean, for different subjects, it's for language learning, since there are more advanced games, language learning,
Well, it's not this discovery problem. It's like, I don't know.
Can you please do me a favor?
Yes.
After you finish it? Oh, okay, you're done.
I'll put it in there?
No, it's fine.
Oh, okay.
And here's the next one. Okay. The pointer is already working. So, okay, it's fine. It's really easy. It's very intuitive. You press right to the next one. This is more or less. That's
Okay,
all.
is there a way to see my notes at the same time as it's being visible?
Yeah. By the time your notes will be loaded after she finishes.
Yeah.
At the projection screen, there's going to be dots of presentation, while here you see
Presentation.
Okay. So should I just like leave it there?
is it on the desktop?
Okay, so file, save.
But really, as Francois was saying, a lot of people are using like technical.
Awesome.
Thank you. So I'll just like
Did you log out?
I'm gonna do that now.
Where the link is. So,
Awesome.
I mean,
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. If you want to see whether you can check your notes as well.
Oh, it's okay. I have a piece. I wrote it down just in case I can see it.
Oh yeah.
I would love to find out how they're reading all the wikis and all that. There's so much.
Oh, that's yours.
So many different
Yes, so I'll just. You're welcome. So, for your presentation,
what do you mean, like, whether it's on the phone?
Yeah,
is it this one?
Nope, it's this one up here, I think.
Because it's early. Yeah, make a decision.
That one.
Oh,
This one.
and
Sorry.
the thing is, I was even insisting on that one.
We make a lot of different 5 games. Speed, but we'll go on.
Yeah.
No, that's the same person.
And is there a timer that pops up as well in the?
Here, no, we'll have a moderator that will let you know
Oh, good lord,
if you have
okay.
5 minutes left, 2 minutes left, and you don't want to see this one.
No, alrighty. Okay, we're done.
Okay.
So there is a presenter mode and, yeah, presenter.
And then $30 million.
Oh, there is a time. There we go. I thought there was because I had used this with a minute ago. So that's what shows up, and then I've never used one of these.
Okay, will you click on
So
that?
we just do this,
Okay, just give it
or not?
a couple more.
A couple more clicks.
Yeah.
Oh, no, because there's still a lot of people
Not
wanting to
working?
visit, so. Nope.
Okay, let me do one thing.
So one day show. So you press it.
Okay.
All right, Jenica, Yang.
You guys are heading out?
We're heading out. We've got
Oh, you're not
a lot
gonna stay for
happening.
wine and cheese later?
No, I got it.
Oh.
We appreciate you inviting. It was so much fun.
Yeah, thank you very
Good
much.
luck, team.
You should
Oh.
stay for 15 minutes.
15 minutes? Oh, 15-minute presentation?
Yep.
Okay, we'll stay for 15 minutes.
Sorry. Poor partner.
Yeah.
You know what? We can just we're gonna alternate slides.
Yeah.
So we can really just kind of click for each other. It's not that scary.
Okay.
We can do that.
You can do that?
Yeah, that'll be fine. We'll just go to the format up here. No, slideshow.
Slideshow, yeah.
And then presenter view.
Yeah. I'm really sorry.
That's
Technology is
fine.
not playing well with me.
That's good. That's okay. Okay, and then we'll just do this and is it the enter?
Yeah, or the
Okay.
arrows.
Or just,
Or the arrows? Okay, all right. Oh, good.
okay, so I'm really sorry about it.
Perfect.
I
Oops,
hope-
that's okay. Don't worry about it. I just can't remember. Did we list who's speaking? Because I don't remember.
Yeah, it's all there.
It's on. Okay, good. All right. So no post-it. I don't want to post it.
No, I can do it out loud here.
Just a second.
Okay.
On the other side.
I'll just minimize it for a while. Okay. So now,
Okay, yeah.
okay. Hmm. The,
The presenter mode disappears when he shares the screen. Oh, there you go. Look at that. Just move things. It's more intuitive than you think. It's in the way. We should move it, and you move it. There we go.
okay, now I'm just concerned about one thing. Because I have my setup that is supposed to work without going to the presenter's mode. So let's check one thing.
It doesn't broadcast. That's funny.
I'm afraid it will
The
broadcast.
five of
itself.
us. Because we could just sit around the table and be more comfortable.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was hearing, that we actually seeing the screen. So I'll just do one thing. I'll just show the presentation. So you have total freedom of the screen.
Okay.
Yeah. Nothing bothering you.
Okay. All right.
So
So I'm not sure what that means. So.
It means that he doesn't broadcast the screen, he uses the camera.
yeah,
Oh, I see. Okay.
because
Well,
the
they're
thing,
gonna see this anyways, right?
yeah. It's okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. Have a great presentation. I'm not sure I'll watch all of it.
You
here,
should,
but
it's
I'll
genius.
watch it online.
I don't like this, it's all crowded.
I know. They can use that one. Are you presenting today too?
Yes. Oh, good.
Yeah. Do you know how many people in your class are coming?
Yeah, Anne and I were very surprised.
Well, I'm gonna do it.
Okay. Monica, right?
Yes.
We promise we won't go over it.
Okay, good. I don't want to like, you know. So what do we have? We have 5, 2, and a 0.
I think we'll finish faster. I think it's half tonight.
You still got 6 minutes.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
Everybody's rushing for a little coffee and a little bite extra.
How many, 2 different rooms? 2 different rooms, 1 room.
Well, at this hour, apparently, one of them is canceled.
Should go to the other one and start handing out the.
Oh, maybe she just got. Yeah, it wasn't really. I was thinking of.
They were, that's what I did find a little check.
Yeah. Good. What's the focus for,
do the work with them on their data science and then you'll post it on it.
what is the language?
Well, yeah, go away and then your story. Two from a language skill, two from a grammar activity, and the only one I can actually retrieve.
What are the students doing?
So I have to in the test, because there's so many
So you're going to do right. That's good. Academic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was. You announced it to us. I saw him at the play. I had dinner with him.
Yeah.
My grandson is going to be able to. Really? You teach the second one? Oh, okay. They opened another class. Okay. Do you know how to
Oh. Oh, good. Okay. That works. Then we'll just open another one. Perfect.
do you want to open her website or just
I can show them how, because it's
Yeah,
part of the
yeah.
idea of Genius Hour is showing it on a public platform, so that'll be good.
They're saying here.
Wait, we need to do this thing.
Oh yeah, true, sorry.
There. Okay, we filled up.
Oh, this is your
Oh, thank you. Okay. It's going to be a little bit of a dance up here, eh?
Yes, it is.
Well, they can look at that screen, right? I feel like I'm in the wrong spot with this here.
Yeah.
That's okay.
I wish the clicker would work.
Yeah. Oh,
No, it wasn't on.
oh my gosh. That's too funny.
Oops. Do you want to click?
Sure.
Do you want to click or do you want me to click?
You can click. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Today we're going to be presenting an idea called the Genius Hour. It will be Anne and myself, Jacqueline, doing the presentation today. Here we go. So what if you could have a say in your education? What if you were allowed to decide what you learned in class? What if your assignment was to choose a topic or think of a question about something you care about and then become an expert in your topic and then share that knowledge with the greater population? So before we go on to the next slide, think about something, anything that you would like to learn about. Give you a couple of seconds to think about it. And then we'll ask you to tell us what that might be. So I'll go first just because it's a little bit scary. So I love knitting. And so if I could learn anything, it would be to become an expert knitter. What about you, Anne?
Well, actually, my Genius Hour project is working on mindfulness and very mindfulness practices. And so I'm working on different tools that teachers use. That's what I'm.
Anyone else want to share? Thank
I
you.
would like to learn how to play the guitar so I don't have to look at my fingers on the guitar neck.
Nice, nice, right. Anyone else? Take a couple more. Anyone? You must have something you want to learn, but we're all curious.
Yeah, I want to be sculpting.
Sculpting.
No, but I don't want to become an expert.
You don't have to.
No, I'm just saying that I want to be expert for myself, not necessarily an expert and be telling other people how to do it.
And that's a really
maybe one last one. Yes, go ahead.
Yoga.
Yoga, sorry.
Fantastic. You'll see how all of this is going to be brought right into your classroom. So your students would do an activity very much like this, thinking about what they would like to learn about, what they're passionate or curious about, and then how to use that in an English second language setting.
Right, and with this idea in mind, you can ask yourself, as a learner, how would this change my idea of learning, my approach to learning, or even my motivation levels? How would it change my attitude towards school and my attitude towards learning another language? How might it also influence me as a learner on an individual level because I'm working on something that I like? Or how will it change my language skills? Or how will I impact my community? How will I position myself in my community? But also, how will I see the world? So it sounds really great and all, but how do you do this with your students? And also, why should you do this with your students? So what we have observed in our own teaching practice is that there are a few issues with schools. And so basically the first one is that we have 20th century issues, but we meet them with old-fashioned, sometimes even obsolete solutions. And we also need differentiated classrooms. Our students have diverse needs, and we have some material that is available, but it's sometimes not even available, and sometimes the things that are there are not relevant. So how does this translate with students? Well, sometimes they can't keep up, or sometimes it's too slow. So there's a pacing issue. There's also a lack of interest. Why do we do this? How is this going to be useful for me in my future life? And so we have a general apathy or a general lack of interest and motivation. So this is our solution.
Yes.
The Genius Hour.
Genius Hour, which is a concept that was invented quite a while ago. We're going to use the reference from Google, but it comes from a company, 3M. They make Post-it notes. You've all used them. And so at the time, they were looking for a solution to innovation. They wanted to have more innovation in their company, and Google did too. So I'm going to use Google as the most current example. What they wanted was loyalty from their staff. They wanted engagement from their staff. They wanted new ideas from their staff as well. So they came up with this idea of 20%, and they decided that they would allow their employees 20% of their work time to investigate ideas that they were interested in. And from that came about 50% of Google's ideas that we see today. So Gmail was something that came from this Genius Hour, Google Docs. So a lot of their products that we see that are coming up online have been developed through this liberty that the employees were given. And we wanted to see if we could do it in the classroom. And it's not our idea. This is an idea that is taking hold down in the United States. It's in line with project-based learning, but it takes it a little bit further. So we thought, how do we do this, but in our language classrooms? And that's what our presentation is today.
So basically what we did for one of our projects was to create a complete teacher guide and a complete student workbook that could be implemented in any ESL classroom at the high school level. And so each of the guides is very complete. So in the teacher's guide, you have all sorts of rationale in case you need to back up and support your project. But you also have an organization of work for 6 weeks worth of content with the corresponding lesson plan and all the evaluation tools that you might need. And in the student workbook, you have all the handouts, all the activities, and also resources that will help the students work on their project and finish it on time. So here are a few examples. So you have the cover and then the project proposal. So a little bit like what we did, the students have to choose their passion project and work on it. So and propose their topic to their teacher. And then we have a resource page. So how do I do research? Is Wikipedia okay? And it really guides the students through different steps that they need to take to do research, and that will be useful for them in their project, but also everyone else in their life.
Yeah, this is the big one.
Yeah, so how did it fit with the ministry? I'm not sure how you say their new name. I hope it's not the mess, because that would be very unfortunate. So the ministry, the program, it targets cross-curricular competencies. There are 9 of them to use information, to solve problems, to communicate. So very general skills, and we realized that all of our activities at least target 1, but most target 2, 3, or even 4 competencies. And it's, of course, when you're working independently, you have to develop certain skills like, well, adopting effective work methods, but also to be critical about the information that you look up for and that you read. And they are asked also to communicate and to share their knowledge. As for ESL, English in particular, the 3 competencies are also targeted in most of the activities, well, all of the activities. So you have a breakdown of the weeks with the different activities, and you see that most of the activities target 1, 2, or all 3 of the activities. And so each activity can be an evaluation tool, an opportunity to evaluate, but also an opportunity for the students to practice all 3 because the students choose the topic is relevant to them personally. And because they're so enthusiastic, most of the time it becomes relevant to their peers to whom they are presenting, but also on a global level when they are presenting outside of the classroom. And finally, it gives a lot of leeway for the teachers to adapt to work and to be considered a professional with expertise. So here's an example of one of the first activities that the students are doing. So they are reading an article that has been published numerous times. And the article presents 4 teenagers who are working on their own project. And so they read it, and then they have a chance to show that they understood the reading, but also to share their opinions, discuss it, work with it, and to respond to one of the teenagers in writing. So with this single activity, you have the chance as a teacher to evaluate all of the skills, and as a learner, you have an opportunity to work on all of the
Also nice models for the students as well. They get to see what is possible, and some of them start off with a really tiny idea and realize that they can take it to a completely different level, which is very, very exciting for them. This is new to our project. The school that I work at right now is becoming accredited in the International Baccalaureate program. And what we're finding is that this Genius Hour program lends itself beautifully to the IB program in 2 different ways. The first way is through, there's a design component of the baccalaureate program. And in the design, they need to, in the early years of high school, start practicing for a very big final project. And so the Genius Hour project, with all of its very structured and safe net that surrounds them, prepares them for that final project. It also gives the teachers a way of doing a complete unit plan, which is part of the IB curriculum as well. I don't want to go into too much of the IB, but it gives you a way to hit some of your targets as a teacher in your classroom without having to go and find something else entirely. So it's very convenient. In the IB program, you are evaluating 4 different criteria, kind of like we do in the MELS program. You're targeting the comprehension, you're targeting their communication skills and their receptive skills as well. So how does it fit in the ESL classroom? Is this mine or yours? It's mine. Okay. So the whole idea of the project is something, everybody does projects in every subject, but we were thinking, how do we make it more ESL specific? So we came up with this idea of a language contract with the kids, and just like they know what they're interested in, they know where their weaknesses are linguistically. And this is all modifiable. This is just what I used this year with my secondary 5 students. So they have a choice of 3 writing skills, 3 vocabulary skills, and 3 grammar skills. And what we're looking at with the students is giving them the choice. So if they feel like they need to work a little bit more on their writing, then they can choose perhaps a letter and a summarizing activity. If they feel like they need to work a little bit more on their poetry, they could work on some similes or synonyms. So they have choices that they get to make within this setting. And then there are the grammar lessons. Because Genius Hour is only 20% of your day, so if you have an hour-long class, you're not doing this for the whole time. So I might be giving a very form-focused class on a particular grammar point, and then they're going to use their own research material to go and find those ideas. So I might give an example on complex, compound, and simple sentences. And they need to go into their research material that they've been collecting and find examples of complex, compound, and simple sentences. So they're using tools that are relevant to them.
We wanted to end by showing you a few examples of what our students did as their final project. So the first one is because Genius Hour is so flexible, you can adjust it to your own classroom. So last year with my Sec 5s, we were doing The Great Gatsby. And so as their second Genius Hour project, I linked their project to The Great Gatsby. And so this is one project that one of my students did. She, so maybe we can remove this. Well,
Remove the sound.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she, oh, well, that's great.
Okay, good.
So she designed her own flapper dress. She looked at the history of flapper dress, who were the women who wore this dress, and she made a video tutorial out of it, and she wore her dress for her final presentation. So as you can imagine, she was pretty proud, pretty excited, and it was very impressive to see what she could do in only 6 weeks worth of time.
And not 6 weeks of whole classes, just the 20% of their time. I don't know if we want to.
There are pictures at the end. I don't know if you're interested.
Yeah, cool.
It's very impressive. I was very impressed. So you can see that, you know, she was very involved, and it linked really well with the book also.
So our classroom has a website I use with my students, and part of the Genius Hour is to share globally with your students. So she's put hers up on YouTube as a way of sharing, but a lot of the students maybe didn't do a video that they can upload to YouTube. So I offer our classroom's platform as a place where they can upload their PowerPoint presentations or do links to their videos. So we can maybe take a look. I have a secondary 2 student who did a website on veganism, or her journey to become vegan. And she did all of the photography that was in it, and she has written all of the blog entries. So they have just taken off, and I am completely thrilled every time I get to see what they've learned about. I learn as much as they do, I think. So that's it. We've hit the 0 mark, so we're ready for questions.
Sure. I've noticed when I teach that sometimes parents will ask, like, what are my kids doing? What's the point of this? Now, like, I think we all think this is great here, but parents will think, you know, we want a grade, we want the test. How do you justify this to skeptical parents who don't really understand the value of projects like this?
Mm-hmm. Well, part of the language contract that they have is part of their evaluation. So they need to be submitting 6 pieces of additional work. They also have a small booklet that's prepared. And so there are lots and lots of traces that the parents can see. So they're watching their students go through all of the work. And there's nothing to say that my grammar concepts that I teach, I can't offer them a test on something else. But isn't part of the Genius Hour package, but I can still test on my sentence types and give them the evaluation for that.
And also because each activity is subject to evaluation or can be evaluated, you always have proof that what you're doing, what the students are doing is worthwhile and worth something. And what I've seen in very skeptical parents is that once their kid is engaged and willing and actually working on something, they jump on board too.
Resources. I noticed just from this particular blog, and even with the Austrian, it's up to the student to get the resources, is that it? Because there will be certain things that can be done in class, such as we did the volunteer, the writing component, but then you've got the photos. So it means that what I'm presuming is that the cooking can't be done in the school, so they'll have to be kind of figuring out what gets done at school and what doesn't get done at school.
Yeah, which is all part of their process. So they benefit from this mini project management. What am I going to be able to do realistically? And that's all part of their thinking process, and they're guided through all of that. So I've had students who've done a poster at the front and a play because they can't do all of that. So for their writing components, they've produced a play and they do a small reading from their play, and they've made a cardboard poster. Not everything needs to be like this. If I don't have knowledge of how to build a website, I won't choose that. But I had kids build video games this year and teach themselves how to code. It was, they really, when they're given the freedom, they find their materials and their resources.
And usually most of our students have phones. And so the video that you saw was filmed with her phone, actually, and made with online editing softwares. So they get resourceful once they figure out what they want to do.
We had 3 children do a musical composition. They wanted to know how to write a song this year, to compose it with 3 different instruments. And they accessed another teacher in the school, which was wonderful.
I was going to ask you about that, whether or not you can bring in outside expertise, actually guide the students.
It would be great.
In certain areas that they may not have the expertise in.
Absolutely.
Peer learning.
We have we didn't get to show you everything, but there's a conference form where you actually meet up with the student. And in the conference form, you're dialoguing with the student. So you get to give them some ideas for resources. You're there to support their learning and their project.
Okay, so my question is, you showed us the successful examples, but what were some common problems that you had to deal with some of the students doing this? Did you have any nervous breakdowns? Or...
Yeah, it's scary at first. Yeah. They're not used to having so much freedom and so much say in their learning. And so what I found was difficult was when you introduce this idea to but I don't like anything. I'm not curious about anything. And so what I would tell them was so when you get home, you just sit on a chair and you wait, and that's all you do, right? So the first few weeks are a little bit scary for you as a teacher because nothing much is going on, or what is going on is very disorganized. But then once they hit that soft spot where they find their idea, they find their inspiration, then they're ready to go. And often they'll want to participate. What happens sometimes is that when they get to their final presentation, they say, well, I'm not done with this because it took me a while to get started, but I'm planning to continue working on this.
For me, it was also resources. So we're in a French school system. And so a lot of the times if we went to the library, a lot of the material was in French. We accessed our computer lab 3 times for them to do their research. So sadly, a lot of the research was taken from the internet, but they also went out. I had interviews with grandparents that were done, teachers at the school. So they do find other ways to get around even that obstacle when they're interested. That's the thing that's so wonderful about it, is they're so motivated. They find ways. There's always a kid that doesn't do anything and comes with a crumpled piece of paper, but it doesn't matter what I'm going to do with him. He still comes up to the front with not much ready. So we're not going to pretend it's a Band-Aid for everything.
Right. So
thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Bye. Thank you
Thanks
for
for
staying. Thank you.
Is it mouse?
It's good. It's good. We'll stay for yours. You want to hear?
Thank you.
Great. Thanks for coming.
I didn't touch the water, so if you need water, you can. Have
Oh,
some.
thank you.
Do you want me to close the board while you log into your stuff, or
Oh, I
no,
don't.
it's okay?
No, yeah, I don't mind. So, how is going the day so far?
I just got here, so I'm not sure. I think it's going well.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, I think it's going well too.
Yeah.
For now.
Did you get here earlier?
I just got here like two hours ago.
Okay.
But my family's there, and there's that little girl there. So I had lots of things to think about.
I'm sure it'll be great.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah. So I'm going to be in the back on that side with the 5 and the 2 and a 0 minutes. Okay.
I want to put my miniature too, so I know how it's going to.
We're a little bit behind, so we want to start as soon as possible.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, sounds good. Hi, everybody. I'll just start my timer. Okay, perfect. I'm ready. So I'm here today to talk to you about a project of mine that is about learning languages through literature. And more specifically, it's a teaching model based on a graphic novel. Oh, and my name is Dana Martin. I'm glad you're here to hear my presentation. Okay, so how I got to do that project is that I did a undergraduate degree in French literature in Université Laval, and then I went to do a postgraduate diploma in college teaching. And that's where I had the idea to create a module about mouse. I don't know if some of you know about it. That's awesome. I will convince you about that. Yeah, so I created initially the module for French native speakers going to Cégep. So in Cégep, what we do is that we analyze and critique literary texts. And then, well, after working in high school in Cégep, I thought I can't leave my love for second languages away. So that's why I'm here doing my master's degree in applied linguistics. And I thought of adapting the module for francisation in the class of language curriculum design. So I will present it to you. I will try to make it more general. So the idea of adapting literature to your own module, to the needs of your students, can be done. So why I thought of adapting that book to francisation is that the learners were kind of alike in the needs. So advanced speakers of a second language show a need for, well, sorry, I will just take it. When I saw the échelle québécoise des niveaux de compétences en français des personnes migrantes adultes, which is like the Canadian language benchmark, so I saw that the competences that they were supposed to be on the advanced stage were the same than the one in Cégep. So that would be good to adapt it.
For instance, in the written comprehension, the student should be able to deeply and critically understand complex text with non-familiar content. He chooses and shapes his reading in function of his interests and the type of text, understanding the subtleties of the language. So, just for going for the main definition, what's literature? It's an umbrella term for giving information on every business. So you can use literature for all topics. You will find about it, but you can also find specific subjects like literature for children, literature for medicine. So from a language teaching point of view, literature is the use of language effectively in suitable conditions. So let's say that I have a class interested in developing a language and learn about history. This is a suitable condition to use literature in. The advantage of using literature in the L2 classroom, firstly, it's because it's meaningful learning. So you're reading the word and the word. So you're connecting the learner to the language, but then the language to the word. So it becomes more, it has a meaning for them. And also, most of the learners, while developing their capacity and their L2, might like to use it as a native speaker. So for instance, in English or Spanish, I would like to go and see a movie and be able to analyze it and to be critical about it. So while analyzing literature, you can create your own idea as the native speakers will do. Also, they can increase their critical awareness. So in the class, the students become the co-creator of the knowledge in the classroom. So as a teacher, you're more of a kind of a guide, and you're creating the content with the student. And they can also connect with their own experience, what they are reading about. So they can also do interpretations about that. And but also I like about it is that it can have a possible influence on their own life. So when you learn to be critical about something, in one field, you can apply it to many other spheres of your life. And also, there's lots of students who come to learn a new language, for instance, in Montreal. They might not have lots of literacy, so they might be surprised to discover everything we can learn through literature, and they can learning to love literature. It's also an adaptable content, so there's many themes and many approaches that can be covered in one book, as we will see a little later. Also, the teachers can adapt the content of the class to this class at the student's level and the syllabus. And also, it's possible to do a negotiated syllabus. So at the beginning of the course or in the middle of the course, you can talk with your students and know what they want to learn about. So let's say they talk to you about a topic they like what, history, or they talk to you about they would like to improve their pronunciation, then you can prepare some more activities about that or something that you can work out with them. And also for the motivation, it was shown that once the student's motivation is found, the acquisition of the L2 tends to be more successful. And there's the engagement both in the learner and in the teacher. Because as a teacher, you're working so much in the analysis to know more about it too. You're very close to the content, and it's very hard not to be passionate about it. So it's fun to do your class and to participate with your students. Just take a little bit of water. So it also fits in the pedagogy of communicative language teaching. So in this approach, the goal is to make communicative competence, so knowledge and ability for language use, and you can do it through the core languages skills. So listening, speaking, reading, and writing. And there's three principles about it. So there's the communication principle. So it's more with true language, authentic context, and you learn through social. Also task principle. So it's a lot through project. You're getting involved. And what meaningfulness principle. So what you do has a sense for you. So let's see. As a result, learners are engaged in meaningful and authentic language use rather than just mechanical practice of language patterns. So for instance, instead of having the textbook telling you all the instructions or the rules to follow, you don't have it this way, but it's more you creating also the knowledge. So students are very proactive, and you are too as a teacher. So for the project, Wood Arts Spiegelman, sorry for the pronunciation, but it's not here. So it's born after the World War II in 1948 and raised in the United States. The son of Holocaust survivors, he wrote mouse between 1980 and 1991. And this is impressive because it took 11 years to write this book. And it's impressive to discover all the work he has been through, all the documentation, the interviews with his father. And what's incredible too is that as teachers and also the learners, we have access to all of this. There's lots of research. And what is mouse? It's a graphic book. So it's a simple medium for a serious topic. So it also shows that cartoon can be used for serious literature. It's also an autobiography and oral history. What I mean by that is that it's the story of the author himself, but also the story of its father. And they are both presented in parallel stories. So like here you can see the author with his father talking together, but then there's an ellipse in the past and where in his father's life during the war. So we have both of their stories. And well, you can also know more about the Holocaust, the World War II, and also the generational differences and conflict. So the pre-war, the post-war, and American life. So how I would design the curriculum is with a spiral progression. So I do it like this because you're seeing the four competency skills, the language skills, one after the other. So, but you can put a focus during one particular module on one of the skills. Also needs to be space for travel. So many opportunities would be given to the learner, but through a variety of contexts. And the learner must be tested on what has been taught and practiced. So during the class, it will go from easy to difficult in many contexts. So here what I've done, it's not the curriculum I had created, but it's more ideas that you could use. And also to show you how many activities you can do with that book. So for instance, if you want to do listening, there's a documentary on the Holocaust, and they can write after their interpretation or emotions, opinion. We also have the audio files of the discussion between Art and its father. So you can hear the accent of the father when he learns English. And we can also compare the past and present tense through the both stories. For the speaking, you can do 432 activity which practice fluency. So you're explaining a story, firstly in 4 minutes, then 3, then 2. So you're always getting better and faster. You can do a debate in class. You can do reading aloud. You can do also for reading a journal of comprehension. So as they are reading, when there's something they don't understand, you can write about it. In class, you can do group. They talk about it, they present it to class, and as a teacher, you can use it to improve your curriculum. A collaborative glossary. Here for the writing, it shows well the complexity of when it goes from easy to difficult. So you can go firstly with writing an opinion, then an argument, then having feedback, and at the end, well, it just goes always more difficult. And there's also a creation of fixed film cartoon. This is another activity that you can do because there's a book that explains everything, how to create a cartoon. So let's say your students can understand universality just through this and through the book too. And then if you want to use it, it's kind of an application that you can find on the internet and use with your class. And there's so much more to it. There's a book called MetaMouse, which presents the audio files of the interview between the author and its author. You have pictures, you have the drafts, you have the yeah, the tree. Here, before and after, you have the maps, so you can see all the work that was done too by the author. And well, there's so many things to do with literature. I'm impressed about it. Like, I have taught Fabien Cloutier Billy in one of my classes in Cégep, and this is so special because it's written by, like we sound, it's the French accent. Like, let's say I say chu, it will be written C-H-U. So, and I have French students in my class, and they were like, oh, that's how you say it. Now I can finally understand it. So maybe this can be something that can be adapted too. And so I don't know if I have time. Yeah. Just quickly talking about this, when we can see how adaptable this is, it would be so interesting to have a collaborative web platform. So let's say you have many texts or books, and everybody who works on it can add their own experience or how they adapted it, and then you can learn about it and then always continue. Because usually, well, I tend to go with new text. I don't like so much when it's too classic. So when it's new, it's always stressful, but with the internet, we can just like work all together. So that could be a great idea. Because I was impressed by all the fields we can see through literature text. Just some fun. Do you have questions? And if you don't, I have. But do you?
I think I have a question.
Yeah.
I might miss something, but I just have a question like why graphic?
Yeah. Well, I think it's because just the term. Why is it graphic novel, or why to choose graphic novel?
Why to choose?
Okay, I think it's because it seems to be more accessible to the students. So when you have a student that is not used to have literature or books to read, so this is something that seems more accessible for them. And there have been teaching modules tested on students, on groups, and they were impressed to see how motivated they got into, and to see also the effect after, because they wanted to read more. So that was great. I think here first.
Add to your comment, for second language learners, having a graphic novel allows them to associate the word with the picture, whereas a standard novel, all they have is words. So if they there's 75 words I don't understand in this page, what do I do? It's very difficult. Graphic novels, you have the mouse, they have the action, they have the train, things like that. So it's easier to associate meaning.
Yeah. So just right after.
Yeah. So you gave examples of some of the tasks that could be designed, but my question is, what are they producing at the end? Do you have a booklet of activities, or?
There's no textbook.
So how are they supposed to, for example, the glossary that they produce, where are they going to put it together?
Yeah, so like this, I started from scratch. Right. So this is kind of a good challenge to begin with, so you have to think about many details. But like I said, it also helps for the motivation because you get so close to your book and you know it so well, and you can talk to your students about the way you want to work with that. This is one of the possibilities, but it also depends of the teaching style that we all have. So maybe we can adapt something from that is already made and adapt it to our class.
But so have you implemented this curriculum? Have you tested it?
No, I haven't.
Yet. Okay,
No,
so
I
that's just in
haven't.
the design. Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
And I just wondering to answer the questions. I think that graphical for now, like something on the wall, writing like that. Graphical is stronger than article for children, but less horrible than visual programs.
And so do I have more time?
Just a minute.
Okay, so I have maybe one more question to ask you. How would you treat the topic? Because when, like, just for instance, when my niece asked me, "What is your presentation about? What is that book about?" I didn't know what to say. So what happens within your classroom? Is there a way to talk about that topic, being sure that it will be well received by everyone?
Well, I don't know, this is from my experience, because that's what I was thinking, that the topic of Holocaust and all that could be sensitive and could become problematic. But yeah, when I was supposed to teach languages to preschoolers, they said avoid topics on Christmas even, and things related to religious ceremonies. You could talk about, you could have a lesson on Halloween, but not other common religions or these kinds of issues. And I think that's part of the regulation.
And if it were just you, would you do it?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, that's a hard question too. Yeah.
I think an ideal setting would be if they're in their history class, they're tackling World War II, it would be a good idea to make a parallel, because they'll have, if they're struggling with the language, they'll have that French parallel or whatever language. But to make that connection and to understand the seriousness of it, not just like trivialize the graphic novel aspect and say, oh, it's like a joke about the Holocaust. Well, no, not really.
No.
So having that parallel with their history class, having anything even by the history teacher would also good. Also really like.
It's 20 minutes, so I guess I'm done. But thanks for participating.
I found the only PowerPoint. I hope it's the right one. I guess you'll know right away.
Yeah.
Here's your keys.
Thank you. Thank you.
I had to unplug this to plug it in. I don't know if it disrupted it. Okay.
Hey, excuse me. Hey. I don't know how to make it.
Let's just put in the printer with you. Should be the correct orientation. If this thing goes there. Oh, there we go. Okay, that works. Do you want it in that view or you want the other view?
For me?
Yeah, is that good for you?
Yeah, that's good. Right, like just see what's coming up next.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right.
I'm gonna have to run to get a paper towel.
Okay.
Do we start right now or should I wait? How are we doing for time?
We're 5 minutes behind.
Okay, so I'll just start so that we're not too far behind. Everybody.
You might want to wait just for a few more people to show up. Just, I don't know. Hopefully something isn't too.
That's true. That's true. Auf Deutsch reden wir heute gut. No, not in German. That would be unfair to everything else. That's true. It would be unfair to me as well. All right. Shall we go? Shall we start? Yes? Okay. All right. So, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Inen, and I'm going to talk to you about a research project proposal that I would love to see happen. So the goal of this research is to increase motivation in language learners. And why is that even important? So well, we know that language learning can vary greatly across individuals. Acquisition changes for different people. And motivation can account for up to 35% of that variance. On top of that, it's everywhere in the language learning process. It gets people started, and it has to be there throughout their language learning so that they continue learning the language. Also, interestingly, motivation is argued to be even more important than language aptitude in terms of ultimate attainment and how far learners get in language learning. So this is why I feel doing research in terms of motivation might be an interesting thing to do. Now, historically, there's been many ways of discussing motivation or explaining how motivation happens or measuring motivation. One of the ones I find the most interesting is ideal L2 self, which is part of the L2 motivational system that was proposed by Dornier. So let's talk about what it is exactly. So it draws from concepts in psychology and sociology and linguistics, and we have over here two concepts. The current notion that a learner has of themselves, so who they are in terms of the language they're learning, and also their abilities in terms of the language that they're learning. And then they have the future ideal L2 self, so who they would want to become in terms of language learning, what they would like to be able to do in terms of their language learning. And then there's the distance that separates the two. And when the learner notices that difference and acts upon reducing that gap, that is operationalized motivation in terms of ideal L2 self. So I'm not going to bore you with too many details or try and convince you too hard. I can tell you that lots of research has been done, and it turns out that ideal L2 self is quite successful in measuring motivation in language learners, not only with English as a target language, but also German, Spanish, French. So it seems to be a good way of measuring motivation in language learners or accounting for motivation in language learners. Now, when we're talking about ideal L2 self, remember we were saying how the learner sees themselves or sees themselves in the future. So mental imagery is super important. Visualization is super important. And studies have been done to see how important it is in terms of ideal L2 self. So this study by Dornier and Chan in 2013 looked at this connection and found that imagery, mental imagery ability is really important And it has positive impacts on ideal L2 self-concept, motivation, and also the confidence language learners have in their abilities. Now, what is really interesting about it is that you can train learners in their mental imagery ability. You can help them become better at visualizing, and through this connection, boost their confidence. So this is the interesting thing to look at. How to train this ability? So these are these visualization workshops, and there's been a few interesting studies here. What they do basically is they try and do a visualization training in terms of imagery, guided and scripted imagery exercises. So for example, the workshop leader would help the students imagine a situation where they're really successfully using the language, and their successful use of the language has positive impacts on them. So they're actively imagining this through a guided scripted imagery, and also coupled with clearly visualizing their learning goals, what they want to achieve, and seeing themselves achieve them. So that's what we mean by a visualization workshop. Results of these studies indicate that you can increase mental imagery ability, you can foster that, and that it helps in developing ideal L2 selves, so motivation, and also confidence in using English as a second language, because they covered English as a second language in these studies. So that's what a visualization workshop is all about. My question is, could learners work on visualization autonomously? Do they need to be in a workshop? Do they need someone to guide them? Or could we teach them how to do this on their own? So I proposed doing this through a journal writing imagery workshop, basing it off of a possible CELS program that was developed by Hawk et al. And this was actually outside of language learning. It was for academic success in university students, and was quite good at increasing motivation in these students. So my idea is to bring it into language learning, specifically within a language exchange situation. So let's talk about what that is. When you do language exchange, you have two learners. One of them speaks, say, I'm one of the learners, I speak English as my first language, and I'm learning German, and I would be paired up with someone who speaks German as a first language and is learning English. So together, we would help each other in learning our languages. We would have no clearly defined or predetermined context or curriculum, because we define what we want to learn about. And we would both have two roles. We would be teachers and learners at the same time, and creating affordances for learning through the context that we would generate through interaction. So that's what language exchange is. It's been found to be pretty good in accounting for improving language skills and also increasing intercultural sensitivity in learners who engage in language exchange, and it also increases learner motivation. So putting all of this together, this is what I would like to look at. This is what I would like to investigate. So does language exchange on its own account for ideal L2 self-motivation? So that would be to determine baseline motivation within this language exchange situation, measuring motivation with a construct that I suggest is good for that, which would be the ideal L2 self. And then to have another group that would do language exchange, but with a journal workshop component added to it. So they'd be working on journals and then getting together with their language exchange partner, and the topic of the journals would be part of what they talk about, but open to however they want to address it, because they're still free to do what they want to do. And then the question would be, are the groups different? Do the ones who do language exchange on its own differ in their levels of motivation to the ones who did a language exchange with the guided workshop? So that's what I would like to look at. I would want to have lots of people to get like solid data. I would want them to be learning their first, second language, and this is important because studies in motivation and ideal L2 self indicate that when you have more than one second language, your motivation, it kind of interacts with the languages. So to not have too many extraneous variables, I would want learners that are on one second language, so that any motivation that I can account for is for that language, not other ones that might be playing a role there. I would look at English and Spanish as languages because I'm fluent in both of them, and I can create all the materials in both languages and interact with the learners in both languages. So convenient. And I would want them matched on proficiency and personality to be sure that the language exchange is balanced and we don't have one learner that's dominating in terms of their language abilities or in terms of what their personality is like. And I would not want them enrolled in any language instruction during the time of study so that I'm minimizing any kind of sources of motivation that are outside of the language exchange. They would have to do a lot of things. First, before doing language exchange, complete proficiency and personality tests and background questionnaire to get an idea of their language learning experience, and also complete an IDLL to self questionnaire, which I'm going to talk to you about in a few minutes, and some interviews for me to get a clear idea of who they are. And all of this is to be able to pair them properly based on what I described before. And then the treatment would be different depending on whether they're in a control group or in a treatment group. Control gets only language exchange, meeting 1 hour a week over 6 weeks. And the treatment does the language exchange with the journal writing as mentioned before. And then after all of this, they would go over pretty much the same thing as they did at time 1 to check and see are there any differences in terms of especially their results on the IDLL to self questionnaire, which measures motivation quantitatively. These are the materials I would want. The self measure was created by Hessel, and it measures IDLL to self on the conditions under which Dornier proposes that IDLL to self can successfully measure motivation, and was found to be quite good as an instrument for measuring motivation in a few studies that were done. I would also do participant interviews, which would be qualitative. The journal entries that I'd be looking at would be qualitative data, and stimulated recalls for the recordings of the language exchange, which would be recorded, and the journal entries. So I would have a mixed method study. This is what the IDLL to self questionnaire looks like. So you have a leading sentence. I will be someone who can converse effortlessly in Spanish or English, and then questions that target this motivation. So do I desire this? Likert scale 1 to 11. Do I imagine this? Do I visualize this? Is it likely? Can I see myself getting there? Am I there already? Yes or no? And do I work very hard on this? So students can tell me about their motivation in terms of those 5 questions. The interviews would also be targeting pretty much the same thing, trying to figure out whether what their notions of IDLL to self in the present and in the future are, how hard they work at language learning, trying to get some more detailed information about what I would be measuring on the questionnaire that we saw in the previous slide. The imagery workshops. So this is where I find it gets really interesting. So we'd have 6 stages to this situation, where I would have at the very beginning a discovery stage where learners are talking about their strengths and interests in terms of language learning to kind of set things on a positive note and identify positive experiences for them in language learning. And then the second week of the workshop would be thinking about defining themselves. Who am I in terms of the language that I'm learning, the present self, and who I want to become. A sketching part, which is actually the crux of the possible selves program, which is to create a possible selves tree. And it's an image that captures the language learner's situation. So the roots are the current self and abilities, and the branches of the tree are where they want to get to or what they want to become. And then the trunk is kind of drawn to build them there, and they can write things and draw things and just create a sketch of what they're all about. And they can also include things that could harm the tree, like parasites and termites, and name them to show what could negatively affect their language learning. Then after that, to reflect on how to get there. How do I go from the roots to the branches? And then in the 5th week, to grow by defining specific goals needed to become that future IDLL to self. And there's a 6th one which doesn't appear on the screen. I wonder if it went to the next one. No, it's just not there. Anyway, the last one is analysis of how well step 5 is working out. So check the goals again, see if they're actually good ones. Do I need to change them, readjust them? How do I get to where I want to be? So that's the journal writing imagery workshop. And as I mentioned before, this I have phrased in terms of language learning, but originally it was for academic success. So this could be modified to cover motivation in learning in more general terms as well. I would, as it's a mixed methods, have a quantitative analysis based on the questionnaire that we saw a few slides before. Basically looking at between group differences to see how the control performs compared to the treatment group. And I would really like qualitative analysis to get a clearer picture of what's happening in terms of motivation. So I would have a triangulation of interviews, journals, and stimulated recall, and do a ground theory analysis to have just the motivation themes emerge from the data without thinking beforehand what I would expect to find. What do I think is going to happen based on the language and on the research questions? Language exchange has a positive impact on ideal to self. This is what I think. It's been found in a few studies that motivation increases through language exchange, but not necessarily motivation defined as ideal to self. So, but it makes sense that it would also increase. Then for the treatment group, if they have this language exchange experience in addition to the journal workshop, I would say that yes, they probably are going to be more motivated with the two combined. And then I would have a directional, one-tailed alternative hypothesis saying that the two groups would differ, and the direction would be, I think the treatment is going to outperform the control group in terms of how motivated they're going to be. I think doing the journal writing plus language exchange is probably going to be more motivating than just doing language exchange on its own. And that's it. That's what I want to do. So I know I went through everything really quickly because I didn't want to go over my 15 minutes, but we do have time for questions and going over things again if you want to. So are there any questions, comments? Do you want me to elaborate on any component of the presentation? Yeah.
Kind of into the topic, but how you, when your first step was quantitative, how do you plan on sharing that data? Because usually journals, you just can't just come to information like that. So is there your results? Is that, how are you thinking of sharing that, or is that?
You mean like in my report, how I would talk about it? That's an interesting question. Well, one of the things I really wanted to do with the journals is to have a stimulated recall session with the learners on specific items or areas within the journal where I think that there's something emerging in terms of motivation, and ask the learners about it. So what were you thinking about here? Did it feel more motivating to you later on to have touched on this topic or talked about this? And obviously, if I want to have any of those portions of the journal actually in my final write-up, I would need their permission. So that's definitely something I would have to be thinking about. But also a really good thing about having the journals is for me to get a clear idea of what's happening in terms of motivation developing within the 6 weeks, because in this design, I'm doing all of these interviews and questionnaires at the beginning, and then they go off for 6 weeks and record what they're talking about, but I'm not there at all. I have no idea what's going on. And then at the end, we come back and I'm like, all right, so I got your journals and your recordings, and I looked at all of this stuff, and this is what I'm thinking. What are you thinking? What were you thinking? What's happening? And really work together with the participants to try and figure out what happened in terms of their motivation, so that I don't have only a quantitative measure. Because that's the problem with a lot of studies on motivation, especially in language learning, that it's all questionnaires. So everything is in terms of Likert scales, how motivated am I, 5 out of 10 or 6 out of 10, So my idea was, okay, yes, it would be interesting to have a quantitative result. And that tool that I showed you has been quite successful in measuring it, but I don't want to see motivation only in terms of that. So the journals are kind of just bringing it all out to talk about it, to see. Like, that's why I would do grounded theory, to just let things come out. So I don't know beforehand what's going to happen, but I'd like to see what would happen. Does that answer your question? A little bit? Okay. Yeah.
When we talk about taking these journals and identifying what is important in terms of motivation for you, and then actually flipping it, decoding points that you can add to each participant. For example, participant A has been talking about being motivated in your scale 5, 6, or 10 times. Therefore, I give him 5, 6, or 10 points through these 6 weeks. And it's going to give you additional measure to motivation, not just like that. But I know it's going to be difficult to define what is actually.
Well, I don't know about that, because if we go back to the journal itself, the journal is more about the mental imagery ability that I talked about. So indirectly motivating, right? It's not really them describing their motivation. It's working on developing visualization, which indirectly can later on impact the ideology self and therefore motivation. So when you look at it, they're really responding to very concise questions and describing themselves. That's what they're doing in the journal writing. So I don't know how, even through coding, like trying to find instances of motivation, I don't know how quantitative that would really be ultimately. I think the use of it is really for learners to kind of take into their own hands, describing what they're doing in terms of their language and why. Who am I now? What can I do? And what is my goal? And maybe thinking about how to get there. So just clearly defining how to get to a place where they want to be.
They would answer these 6 questions every week during the 6 weeks, and you can see the progress.
So for example, week 1, before meeting with my language exchange partner, I would do the discover unit. And then when I meet with my language exchange partner, I have the possibility of talking about the discover unit that we both did. And then in week 2, again, before meeting your language exchange partner, you're going over the who am I thinking part. And then when you meet with your language exchange partner, you can ask, how did it work for you? What did you write about? How are you? There's a topic of discussion compared to the others who are just meeting and going like, hey, what's up? So we're supposed to be helping each other learn.
Maybe one last quick question, but
okay. Does anybody have one last quick question? Yeah.
Yeah. It seems to me that matching aspect is really important. So I get matching language proficiency,
yeah.
But when in terms of matching personality, you know, I'm thinking about online dating.
Of course.
Right? Like, how does that work?
Yeah. So I just mentioned it really quickly in the methodology. I would like to match them also in terms of personality. So I was thinking of the Myers-Briggs personality type indicator, where there's kind of a bit of a variability of how learners can be defined, kind of with 16 personality types. And based on those results, try to match them up on similar personality types. So for example, I wouldn't want someone very kind of shy and introverted to be matched with someone who's very extroverted, so that one person's never talking and the other is taking over the language exchange. I would also try and get a sense of who these people are through the interviews and their language experience questionnaire filled out, just to get through the personality type indicator and the proficiency and talking to them and the questionnaire answers, get as much information as I could and therefore match them as best as I could. Although I don't know how perfect these matches would be, right? It's hard to tell beforehand, but I would definitely try and do my best to get everything lined up so that those language exchange partners would be balanced.
I assume that would be part of your
Yeah. There's so much to look at in terms of analysis. I mean, like there would be so much data that comes out of this that it could really kind of extend into more things happening after, right? So to start off, just look at the key ideas, but there's so much more that can be added. Yeah, no problem. All right, thank you very much. Is it Gala Wilkie?
Is your presentation on your USB key? Okay. So. It's called Store and Go. Store and Go? Okay. Yeah. And which one?
Oh, Symposium.
This one here?
Presentation current. There we go.
Yeah. We're going to put it on the desktop because sometimes they get finicky on the USB key. Okay. So we'll just transfer it and so you use 15 minutes for presentation, 5 for talk. I'm in the back with the sign 520. Okay, you got it. This little guy back in if you want to use this.
All right.
Is it exiting?
I don't know. You have to drag it to the.
Oh, it looks like it's
doing something.
Yeah.
It's thinking about it.
There you go. And then this is yours here. We'll plug this in if you want to use the remote.
Sure.
And do you want
to presenter view?
Yes, I was just going to ask you. That's what the best bet, I think. Presenter view. Just going to wait to make sure it goes up. We're all set.
Anticipation. Okay. So welcome everybody. I'm Gala Wilkie, and I'm going to present to you my master's thesis project, which is entitled Stories with No Pages. It's an autoethnographic study of storytelling between myself and my daughter. And at sometimes I thought it wasn't autoethnographic enough. But as I approached the analyses and finished the analyses, I did realize that although the main focus is on my daughter and her identity, understanding her identity development also involves aspects of my own identities as well. So I'm going to start with some definitions so we're all on the same page. I'm going to be using the terms identity, the self, self-concept. These are all terms that refer to an interior experience of the I. And the academic literature is really rich with these terms. Every school of thought seeks to pin down a precise definition in order to communicate all the subtleties in this experience. I'm going to be using more of a nested concept of self and identity, as simply I feel that it is elegant as a theory, and it's simple and useful to work with. So the I is the thinker, the experiencer, the thing that feels the most inner you, and I'll call it the self. And the self contains ideas that you have about yourself, and those are the self-concepts. And then self-concepts are organized in order to form larger concepts, and these we'll call identities. So the next thing to talk about is narrative and story. People like to communicate to one another their identities. And one way of doing so is through story. As we experience the world, generate an internal personal narrative, the story of the self. So autobiographical memory, self-concepts, identities, they all play together to create that life story. And that life story is situated in the context that we're telling it. So the audience, the listener, has and their reactions and their expected reactions also have a formative force in the particular telling of our personal stories. And then when I'm using the term culture, I'll be meaning a collection of ideas and themes, even archetypes that exist and are accessible to the storyteller, whether it be through media or other signals that the storyteller knows and understands. I don't know how to use this little thing. All right. So this brings me to the rationale for the study. Within the framework of Bronfenbrenner's ecological systems theory model, we understand that the child, how we understand the child impacts our interactions, experiences, and relationships with the child. And in turn, impacts maybe our self-concepts, our identities, and the self, ultimately. An example of this is I am a mother to my child. So it impacts my relationship with my child. If I'm a teacher of my child, that will also impact my identity in terms of that relationship. And I was always wondering, with Bronfenbrenner's model, how does the macro system directly impact the child? It seems that it always is mediated through other levels of the system. So when I was reviewing literature, I came across two main ideas that really touched this particular research project. One was the body of work referring to narrative identity, and the other was the work in language development concerning children's narratives. So narrative identity, I'm really relying, this is not a good graphic, I'm relying on a process model put out by McLean, Paspazi, and Howes. It's defined by the life story. So in the process model, the idea is that when we relate an autobiographical string of memories to another person, the way that we tell them is influenced by their reactions or what we expect them to react. And then the story that we tell about ourselves becomes a part of the interior self as we repeat and retell it over and over time. Their article was entitled Cells Telling Stories About Cells. That was really apropos.
So then the narratives that the way we treat children's narratives generally is through language research. Children's narratives are notoriously difficult to understand, maybe even chaotic. And they've been studied from a language research point of view. And one of those language researchers that I really resonated with me was Nicola Kulu. And her critique was that we don't really look at the content of the narratives from the child's point of view. Why are they telling these stories? And she said they're a treasure of information about what the child sees and learns about it. And so I take up the challenge. And I came up with these research questions. So the first one is, how does the child use shared storytelling in articulating her identity? And particularly, I wanted to see how a rubric or a framework that Nicola Kulu and Richner put out would work for the analysis of her narratives over time. And then my second question was, is it possible to observe acculturation through those narratives directly? So what would be the emergent themes related to herself? How are those themes integrated into herself? And how does she contextualize herself? So those were my sub-questions. And this brings me to the method. So here you get to know a little bit more about me, because it's an autoethnographic case study in a natural setting. So the child is my daughter, and the natural setting is my family and her family. And in fact, she's given us a little picture here. So I and my partner have been together for 17 years come June. And together we raised a first batch of children that I bore and I carried. And then later on, we raised a second batch of children that she bore and carried with the aid of fertility treatment. Now, the last two children have the same sperm donor, so they're full siblings, and they're quite a lot younger than the older batch. One of whom lives at home with us still, and he's represented here with his beard. It's so amazing. And the other one is on his own in his own apartment, getting married, and so he's not even in the picture. So I thought that was very interesting. My daughter and I started storytelling spontaneously before I even thought of the project, and I sensed that it was important, and I began recording that when she was about 3.5 years old. And it continued, the activity between us continued until she was a little more than 5 years old. For this project, I chose 3 of the stories, one from the beginning, one from the middle, one from the end of that time period. And in total, the data set is more than 70 stories and approximately 24 hours of actual audio recording. So that's why we do all of it. It's too much. And I'll get there, just not today. And then I had to choose an analysis method, like how am I going to come at this data and interpret it? And so initially I chose a really phenomenological approach. I found that it could yield a level of detail that was necessary to answer the first question. And I thought more detail, I would be more likely to see those thoughts, those assumptions, and the little phrases that would actually reflect the process of narrative identity development between us. And it was a very fruitful approach, but I needed something more. So I found it necessary to engage with the texts to find meaning of those narratives as a whole. And that's more of a hermeneutic approach. And so the hermeneutic approach to interpretation looks at the texts as a whole and is also open to change and transformation within the interpreter as well. And so I thought also that fit really well with the autoethnographic sort of design as well. So once I had examined the story in details, I reread them as wholes, and I asked myself, what is this story about? And that question allowed me to see the function of the narrative and even access at times the symbolic features that were also present. So, to answer the first research question, how the child needs shared storytelling, I used the 8 levels of the rubric published by Nicola Kluger and Richner. And the rubric actually describes a progression of character development from actors who do not have representational abilities to persons who are defined over here. So persons have representational beliefs and desires, and then they're contrasted, equated, or coordinated with either reality, or with other people, or even with their own previous or future representations within the narrative. Right? And so an example, I'll only focus on this one here. She says in this story about crabs and mermaids, because the crab can go fast if you go slow. If you go slow, the crab will get there, and he'll get closer and closer and closer, and he'll climb up and he'll eat the baby sea turtles, and that's why we have to go fast. So she's understanding the crab's motivation, and she's narrating it to another character who they are then going to pursue saving the sea turtles from this crab. So she totally meets level 8, and she meets level 8 from the get-go and all the way through. At age 3.5, at age 4, at age 5, in every single narrative, which is really interesting. So because we're low on time, I'm just going to skip ahead and go to the second research question. So she represented herself as a hero saving turtles, as a trickster fooling the wolf, as a mermaid. She was transformed. She was also a teacher, and she was a girl. But in terms of her gender identity, she always used male pronouns. And she described her body as a girl's body. So here she says, yeah, because she's about to trick a wolf. Yeah, because I'm going to just show him like a, piece of wood and make it shaped, and then we paint it. And also we're going to paint his vagina. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Also we're going to paint his bum too. And this character is, so he has a vagina, which I also thought was very interesting. And so this brings me to a psychoanalytic and feminist interpretive lens. Like how could I not with this data set, right? So I'm going to focus on the wolf story only because, again, we have short on time. She identifies herself, and then she makes an effigy of herself. She's going to paint it to shape like me. We're going to give it to Wolf. Pretend it's real. I want Wolf to know this is really actually a real girl. What he thinks like, but it's actually a piece of wood. And then I'm wondering, who is this wolf symbolizing? Because she double crosses him. She's very gentle in her trick. Once Wolf gets the piece of wood that is actually real, he says, no, he didn't rip off all his teeth because it always broke one of his tooth. He's only has one tooth that's missing down there. All right, so I'm wondering, Wolf's not all bad, right? But when Wolf is mad that he was tricked, he's the most threatening. He's angry to be tricked. She runs into her walking fortress. It's shaped like a turtle and it walks around. She goes inside, but she doesn't move it away, even though I suggest that in the story. So she's distancing herself from the wolf, but not too much. And then I kind of thought, sort of like an umbilical cord, right? I'm going there. So this is where I'm at. This is my last moment. I'm writing my discussion section. I'm interpreting my child. This is where the autoethnographic comes in. I'm interpreting my child and also her own interpretation of myself. What roles I play in our stories and how they may parallel the role I play in her identity development. Does her gender fluid expression reflect my own? She's a teacher, I'm the baby. She's a hero, I'm a mermaid. She's a mermaid, I'm a mermaid. She's a trickster, I'm a fox and a wolf in these stories. She is a girl who's telling a story about herself as a boy who is a girl. And so my concluding thoughts, this is where I'm at. What does it mean to be a girl for this child? Is gender fluidity the first thing? What does that symbolic sacrifice of the effigy tell us about her understanding about what it means to be a girl? I haven't worked through these ideas, but this is where I'm thinking that she's in a stage of genital anxiety, and she has two mothers. How is she resolving this conflict? So, any thoughts, any feedback? I welcome them. Oh, wait. How do I get out of here? Exit show. Okay.
Wondering how you maybe methodology to keep track of her experience in media. You know, we've seen the class.
Yes, exactly.
Where's she getting that from?
That's right. Well, so it was all, I spontaneously started recording. So at some point, I realized I'm going to make a project out of this, and then I started keeping notes. But at the very beginning, I didn't keep notes. So I relied on my memory. So when I went and transcribed all of the stories, I put them in a table, and I have a column in my table we call it. And that's where every time I had a memory, oh yeah, she watched a documentary about da 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 da, and then she told the story, I would write it down. So I'm keeping track in that way. And also she often names her media characters, right? So Princess Ariel comes in, and I know that's from the movie. Because I'm her mother, I know what she's seen and what she hasn't seen, you know? And then there was, particularly with the wolf character, there, which I told her the story of Peter and the Wolf. It was a story that was important to me as a child. And so I told her, and then I exposed her to a whole bunch of different media about it. So I kept notes about all of that as well.
I'd like to see the example of the
oh, sure.
on the slide for a minute.
Okay.
I may not have a question, I just would like to see it.
Yeah. Okay. We're here. Okay, slideshow. Okay, let's go back. Is it here? There it is. Okay. Okay, so this is the crab story. And then this is the wolf story. So it's older, middle, youngest. Youngest, she's teaching a baby zebra how to do stuff. So she says, he'll see, he'll needs to be taught to be talking, but he can nod his head like this, or nod his head like this, or say nay. So there's actions in there, right? So she's showing, nod his head like this, or nod his head like this. Again, the younger stories were more problematic in a way because I didn't keep as many notes about them. And then the next slide, yeah. Okay. The pronouns. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to show him like piece of wood and make it shaped, and we're going to paint his vagina. And I put that as an example. Yeah.
But where did it say make it shaped like me? Because later I thought you said that.
I think so.
It says make it shaped.
And make it
she really
shaped.
talking about herself?
Yeah, here, this is the one. Sorry, identification with you. I'm going to paint it shaped like me.
And we're going to,
yeah. And it's real.
This is actually a real girl. So now she starts referring to this wooden thing as a girl. So could it just be a temporary confusion?
I thought of that, yes. And it's overwhelming in all of the stories. And the stories are 20 minutes long about. So there's a lot of information in there, and she's very consistent.
And consistent
in that when she's talking as her character Eden,
yeah,
she calls herself he.
Okay. Yeah. And then she said, but when you say she's talking to herself, sorry. She's actually saying it's me. She's saying he is me.
He is me, a girl. Over and over and over and over. And not in just the stories like them, but in all of it. Now, she's 7 at this point in time, and she doesn't do it anymore. So I'm thinking, could it have been a speech error that got the pronoun corrected, right? Totally could have been. But it could also be because of the content, because she's talking about all the other themes together, like making a representation of herself and offering it to a wolf. You know, when you think about the symbolism in there, it's pretty heavy. And I thought that together with her consistent error over a year and a half is a long time. That maybe she's really working out a gender identity.
So it's interesting to look at the whole corpora for that particular issue to lend support to that idea.
Exactly.
Very interesting.
Okay, maybe one last quick one. Not?
Well, thank you very much.
I got my stuff. Give you key. I littered myself all over here.
Is your presentation on the key?
Is it what?
Yes. In the USB. Thanks.
It's not a Mac format, so we'll see
if it shifts.
Yeah. Predict. I have a whole laptop backup, whole. We'll see what works.
Drag it on the desktop because sometimes they're a bit funny off the key.
Gotcha. We will try this one first.
Oh, you're trying to unzip before it's done transferring, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, it didn't seem to fuss too much about it though.
Let's fire that up.
Is this the extension? Is it supposed to open another zip?
Oh, I don't know what that is.
Because you.
It's the ODP. You can. That doesn't look like it's.
What do we open it with? Because it unzipped to this.
Yeah. Well, we can also try this one.
What kind of extension is that?
An open document format, LibreOffice. I think this one's gonna work.
So we're just gonna exit.
Like the free stuff. But see, my talks are about free software, so like
so
you
it's
gotta
kinda,
have it.
yeah.
You know?
So we can go in full screen though.
Yeah, I usually do a PDF full screen. Yeah, it's great.
That's gonna go.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Oh, look, the image is even centered. That's all.
So I'm in the back, and you have a 5, 2, 0 warning.
So 5 minutes left is when I say.
Yeah,
5?
and then
Cool.
2 and 0.
Sounds good. Okay. Open source and open data and education. Let's get started. So first off, if you want to go there, you can see notes and links to all the things I'm going to mention. And so first about me, real quick. I only have 15 minutes. I'm a programmer, teacher, and student. So the programming side is I make VR experiences, I make science simulations, I do web development, and the fishy movement thing, so science one. I'm also a teacher for almost 4 years at Riverside School Board, teaching technology topics, and I'm also with Kids Code Jeunesse, they teach coding to kids, and Osmos Academy, which I'll mention in a bit. And lastly, I'm a student. I just finished McGill Computer Science, and I'm 3 weeks away from finishing my courses here at Concordia for Education Technology Masters. So, first of all, just a quick overview of what we're going to do. So, I'm going to do a quick tour of open source and open data. I'm going to mention a lot of projects. I'm not really a research guy. I'm more like I build things and projects. So it's, if you want to talk to me after the talk or during the 6 to 8, that's kind of the point here. There's going to be open source. I'll quickly explain what that is. Open data and open in education research perspective. Machine learning and what it is, and quickly how it can be used in education in ways that I guarantee you guys haven't thought of. And lastly, how to get involved and what people are doing in Canada, Quebec, Montreal. So first off, you've maybe heard that tech moves fast, right? And it's a year later and it's all different and changed, and teachers complain about this, that it no longer works. Well, this is the very first webpage. This was in 1991, and it still works, and it still works. It didn't move too fast. On any web page, if you right-click and do View Page Source, you can see this. And this is the code of the very first website. And it's open and you can see it and it's very simple and it's still there and it still works. So why does this still work, right? Because this is 91, that's like, 25 years since my presenter mental math is decent enough. Yeah, yeah, something like that, ballpark. It still works. Why is that? What is so great about this and so bad about so much education software, so much of our quizzes, our tests, our educational, materials, our content, our lesson plans, they go away in a year and it's all broken. I'm sure you've all experienced that. So the core lesson here, Tim Berners-Lee, who made this kind of code, this format, is that HTML has no copyright. Anyone's allowed to use this kind of code. HTML is very simple. Like I teach this to like 12-year-old kids. It's simple, I promise. Anyone can see it. I showed you any page, you can do this on your computer, right-click, view page source. You can see it yourself. And it's powerful and open. Tim Berners-Lee in 1991, this was a page about sharing science documents. He didn't anticipate Twitter and cats and YouTube, but he built it in a very open, flexible way. So that's kind of the ideas with open source. Quick survey here. Who here is confident they know what open source is? Okay. So, it's a quick talk, so I don't have forever to explain this, but I'll show the link to my thing at the end. I did a blog post. It's called Why Do For-Profit Companies Give Software to Schools? This explains what open source is and, some of the implications for educators. But very quickly, open source means that it's software that you can open it up, you can learn from it, you can change it, and you can do anything you want with it. Whereas something like Microsoft Word, I can't copy Microsoft Word and call it Stuart Spence Word, I can't just tweak it. It's locked in a way. And it's not open in that way. And that's why we see all these education resources breaking all the time is everything is closed. It's pretty brutal. And so often something will be called abandonware, right? This is where it's software that's been abandoned, all right? So this is a company that maybe doesn't care about their product anymore, or a company that wants you to download and pay for version 2. So they don't care about teachers that use version 1. Or maybe it was free, like it's free to install it, like it costs no money, but the business is gone and now you can't install it on a new computer. And a programmer could fix this in 10 minutes if we had the source code, but we don't. So it's locked down and it dies, and that's why it disappears. But read more about that because I can't go too deep into what open source is here. And finally, so I teach a tech class, and if I use the opposite closed source software, I've had students come to me and say, how does this work? And I have to tell them, you're not allowed to know. It just doesn't fit with education. It's just often people don't know the distinction. The other thing today is open data. So this applies to research, big time, especially education research. I'm going to bring an example from neuroscience, actually. There's 3 neuroscience, like fMRI programs that, interpret the data from your brain. And we just found huge problems with all 3 of them. And the past 15 years, that's 40,000 fMRI studies, are probably wrong. And what do? Well, because no one shared their data, no one shared their steps, they used closed software that's 9 years old and the company doesn't want to give it to you anymore, or they don't want to let you install it on Windows 10. So we can't reproduce all this stuff and check with the new fixed thing if it's still good. So this research is just a mess. And there's
the fMRI study, they took a dead fish and put it in an fMRI study and showed brain activity. That was the big oh crap moment on that one. So there's another one. Want to mention the Journal of Educational Data Mining, which is run by Michael or Michel Desmarais. He's a prof, and he, wants to collect education data, and he has a journal about how to interpret it. And he recommends on his journal, he's like, please submit your data and your source code and all this. And I asked him in an email, like, does this happen? And he's, no one does it. I asked him, like, is there examples in your journal of people doing this? And people just don't do it, even though it's like kind of the core idea of his journal. That's something to consider there. And I'm going to be submitting an article to that journal. I mean, I don't know if it's going to make the cut, but you can ask me to read it. It's all about this sort of stuff. I'm working with Emily Sheepy on that. Next up, machine learning. So you may have heard machine learning, statistical learning, big data, learning analytics. It's all really the same thing. Machine learning is what computer scientists call it. Statistical learning is what statisticians and mathematicians call it. Big data is a buzzword that investors love. And learning analytics is a little more at the education field, I feel. And so some applications that may surprise you. This is what you can do if we share data and keep everything open and open source. That may surprise you. Detecting mental illness or suicidal thoughts automatically from essays people put in. So if you're an English teacher, you have 80 students from 3 classes just submitted their essay. One of those essays in the middle might say, you know what, I'm not feeling great about my life. I don't know what to do. I'm maybe going to end it all or something like that. That English teacher might grade it in 3 weeks. It would be great if you could just see it immediately, contact a counselor, who then you need a human in the loop at some point to read the paper and be, oh crap, this is a real hit. The machine learning works. So that's one angle. There's plagiarism detection. So when I do my tech class, I have a script which is open source. If you want to see it go after the talk, that when all my students submit their code, I compare everything to each other, and it gives me a little report of like who copied each other because they just changed a couple characters. And that's machine learning. There's automated grading. This may surprise you guys, but if you are a teacher and you grade an essay with minimal feedback and just give a grade, which happens a lot if teachers are completely overworked. If that's what you're doing, a computer can now do that at human level. And what this means is that when teachers look at the grade that the computer gave, and they look at the grade that a teacher gave, teachers say, yeah, those are both good grades. Like it performs at the same level. So it doesn't give like detailed, thoughtful feedback, but there's automated grading, it's machine learning. But it would help if we had open data with all the essays. Peer grading, how do you match up students, the best pairs? That's machine learning. This may surprise you, bus scheduling. How can we change bus scheduling pickup routes so that students get more sleep? You got to think outside the box a little bit. That's a big one. And finally, recommending personalized learning plans, which is probably what you were all thinking when you came here, but that's just one of the many things you can do. There's a website called Kaggle, which I won't go too deep into, don't have time. But there's a lot of education machine learning competitions there. So there's a bunch of data, and then if you can learn from it, like a state like Ohio will post a bunch of state data, and then you can learn from it and have a competition to say, oh, look at this trend. But that's a link that I'll show at the end. I'm working on a website too. I said I do projects. It's called Flow Academy. It does work. did pilot testing, 2 classes. It's pretty great. Talk to me afterwards about it. All I can really say in this time is that it does all this. Open data is at the core of this website. It's not, I didn't just tack it on. And it's built to last, and I hope same way HTML is built to last. So if you want to get involved, there's a lot of great stuff going on. There's something called Open North. And this is something I heard about just yesterday from my friend back there, but actually I'd heard about it a year ago. It's a federal level initiative, and they focus on like open democracy and open government. But their 6th principle is open data research and data literacy in schools and universities to promote that. There's also the federal budget that just came out 2017 with Liberals. They put 50 million into teaching kids code. Well, how do you want to do that? Do you want to, this is where you guys can get involved. Do we teach kids code with closed education toys that are collecting data for a business? Or are we going to use open, free, professional quality tools that are used by a lot of other people? There's just no marketing team for free software because it's free. Except me, because I do this for free, I guess. There's Bill 133. This is interesting. So 6 years ago, it was passed in Quebec that supposedly what all public institutions are supposed to do is consider open source software. So say you're using Microsoft Word, well, LibreOffice Writer, I promise you can do everything. You know, there might be a feature, if you're an expert technical writer, maybe there's something it can do, but the LibreOffice can do Excel and PowerPoint and everything, but we don't even know about it. But that bill says we must consider it, but no one even does. No one even knows what open source is. So, you know, again, I read the thing explaining it and try to promote it. And finally, Osmos Academy in Montreal is the most open source promoting kind of place I found. They make VR experiences, usually for kids in hospitals with mobility issues. It's a great way to promote open source because no one's really doing it, and you want to share that special computer code that adjusts for handicaps. So that's pretty much it. I got a few minutes for questions, probably. Go there. There's links to everything I just said. I dropped a lot of projects on you guys. If you're interested about anything, any of them, ask me about it. And this summer, I'm starting, because I'm finishing at Concordia, I'm planning to start a bunch of workshops. I've got really great feedback on free coding workshops for people with no experience. And if you want to go to a workshop or help me with one, even if you feel you don't know code that well, trust me, you can help. Yeah, so that is, I believe, everything. If that's the end of my notes, so yeah, take questions now. Thanks. Someone's got a question. Yes.
Machine learning, like would you say, maybe I'm wrong, but like an app like Waze, where like people with cars are like in traffic, and then like it tells you where you should go to dodge traffic, and if there's cops, and then like a human can say like, actually it was a cop, and it's verifying like the app.
Yeah.
Is that kind of machine learning?
That is definitely machine learning. Yes, and it's related to the bus routes I've mentioned.
Yeah.
Where you think, oh, it's traffic. Well, actually, yeah, traffic for buses. We know from education research that just getting another half hour sleep to students greatly improves their grade. And so you use the exact same thing, but for bus routes, which no one is doing that right now, but they should. They should. Yeah.
But how do you integrate what you should do actually passing the road? So like these bus guys,
yeah.
Oh yeah, no, we should put a 32 going north.
I would say the first step is to put a cheap GPS locator in every bus and then just open it up to the community. If I had that kind of data, I might do that for fun. And I could just email the coordinator of bus routes in EMSB and just be like, hey, like your bus routes here suck. Look at this, automated thing I built for an assignment at McGill for computer science, But the core there is you need someone to know this is possible and then to open the data, and you can't anticipate what that could be good for, right? But it would be great to just, GPS things are super cheap. Just pop them in a bus. Yeah. There's like a half hand up in the back now. Oh, sorry.
So you said something about automated learning, marking.
Automated grading.
Grading.
Yes, human level. Yes. Please ask about that.
The results of a machine marking assignments could be teachers. Do you have examples of software or applications?
Right now, the ones that exist are closed source, but I can tell you as someone who did the McGill machine learning course and loved it, it's not hard to do that. It's the minimal feedback is key. You cannot replicate a teacher giving face-to-face, personalized, detailed feedback on an essay. That's not what machine learning does, but a lot of the time, if it's minimal feedback in a grade, computers can generate it and it's believable. Teachers look at it and they say, yeah, that makes sense. That's a good grade. There's only closed software that does it though. And I don't, top my head, I don't know them, but there's at least 3 that I've seen.
And yeah. How do they work?
How do they work?
Do you have to, I don't want you to explain.
Oh, I will.
But I know you will. But how, like, does the teacher need to kind of define their right?
Really good question.
With sample?
Really good question. That's, I'd say, one of the big barriers of integrating this is a lot of the time it's not simple enough. What you just said, you can't expect teachers to do that kind of thing. It's really like website, here's a document, here's the grade. Like you can do it that simply. If you want the teacher to identify key like features inside the text, well, you're getting a little crazy there. And then teachers need to know what a feature is, and it's a whole mess. You can do it simply though. Yeah. More questions?
Yeah. Open source, I just want to say hats off to the open source stuff. Like my cousin did.
Yeah.
And he's always told me, he's like, this is what we need. It's like, because most of the time these guys can go fix someone else's problem.
Exactly.
Like he used to go fix stuff for random people on the internet. Say, hey, this is a problem I have. Okay, well.
Exactly.
And then they just.
It's really powerful, very well suited to education, yes. Because imagine if every province developed its own Microsoft Word. We all paid programmers to build our own Microsoft Word in Quebec and our own Microsoft Office in Alberta. But open source is the entire world. One of the largest software projects, the largest software project is the Linux kernel, which I won't explain what it is, but it's the largest collaborative project in the history of the planet. And that's how people just add their pieces and it's all free. And it's, of course, great for education. It's, collaborative. Yep. You got the last question. It's better be really good.
Oh, I'm going to redirect courses about that. It's obvious that, the open source has its place in education anywhere. And is there like an initiative somehow, somewhere, started somewhere, that links all the nonprofits, into the education process with the open source, or, as you say, benefiting the whole community? Because obviously, Microsoft made billions of dollars because
they didn't do this.
They didn't do this, and they're basically billing every single user over and over and over again for the work that they've done once.
Yeah.
And
all I can say is I've looked very hard, and I've definitely not been satisfied with what I found. I didn't even list. There's a few websites for open education data. Didn't even mention them. I don't like them that much. There's a lot of problems. I'm trying to build my own solution, like everyone else has the solution. Oh, this one's going to fix everything. Well, I have my own approach, but I haven't found one that I like. But I can say, if you go to that website, there are some major initiatives, especially the Open North one. That's the largest. That's Canada-wide, and they're more into public governance, but they also definitely have a strong education angle. So it sort of promises to tie people together, but nope, I have not found what you're looking for and what I'm looking for.
Well, here's a crazy idea. You're saying you're not satisfied with, how it's working.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be willing to be part of a quote unquote task force to start tackling it, say for the Quebec community?
I would be ecstatic to do that.
Okay.
I would love to have a career doing that. My resume motto is to work on challenging technical projects with a positive social impact, and that would be great. Find me people that will pay me like almost nothing, and I will do that.
Well,
okay, that's our last question. So yeah, so thanks a lot. Please talk to me about anything that I mentioned.
Okay. Yeah. Great. Thank you. Do you want your notes?
Yeah, I guess so. Yes, it is. I would have been looking for that.
Okay, and then we're dinner at 5.
I think this is after me.
Oh, yeah. I just saw the title. Oh, is that okay? Yeah, of Okay, course. good. Go for it.
So I'm in the back. You get a 5-minute, 2-minute, and a 0-minute warning.
Okay,
And then
perfect.
you have 5 minutes for questions. Make sure it's quiet. So if you want to get like the water or whatever.
Should I start right now?
Yeah, well, I think so.
Okay. So is there like a clicker, or should I just?
And just gotta make sure it's plugged in. It's plugged in? Good.
Yeah, it works. Cool. Okay, so I'm Hannah, and I'm currently doing my master's in art education. And I'm lucky enough to have my supervisor here and some other colleagues here. And my project that I want to talk to you today about is a pilot project for my thesis. And it's called Green, and I'll just jump into it now. So I'm just going to quickly talk to you about these main headings. I come from a curatorial background. I was in Toronto for 4 years studying sculpture and also an artist. So right now my interests sort of intersect with environmental education and art education. So for that reason, I will talk to you about art-space environmental education, and sort of what I'm working with now, and my challenge is sort of reducing my research into accessible publication methods. And so I'm sort of working with my data and figuring out which medium of publication communicates best these concepts that I'm encountering. So my present research and methodology, which is informing this project, sort of stems from previous projects about the notion of home and sort of what it means to belong. So what I'm looking at is sort of understanding our environment as an individual, the environment within ourselves, and as a community. I also, for my main thesis project later next year, I'm looking at sort of the psychological effects and different manners in which we can define home when we frequently relocate and are displaced in our lives, especially in early childhood. What I'm looking at, the framework that I'm following also is presented by Guittarian Deleuze, about the rhizome. And for those of you who don't know, it's sort of it apprehends multiplicity, and it sort of compares this arborescent to the rhizome being a biological organism that sort of grows sporadically and grows from one another as opposed to linearly. My methodology for my future project is autoethnography, but right now I'm focusing on arts-based research. These are some of my sources, which we can return to later in case you're interested in looking further into these things. So basically the research that I've been doing so far in terms of environmental education and the arts inside of it is I've come across sort of the arguments for and against. In terms of for, I've come across sort of this welcoming of learning through sensory experiences and really understanding the environment sort of by interacting with it with your hands and learning with instead of from. And the main argument against is that that this kind of experimental knowledge, this rhizomatic approach to teaching, can be a little bit controversial and therefore would require added changes in curriculum in order to be effective. So right now I'm currently questioning what the medium of the publication, especially that of children's literature, to what extent is it effective? So I'm sort of looking at different levels of accessibility within the publication itself, and also part of that is the medium of children's literature. So right now, as an artist, I'm trying to find a balance between my narrative as an illustrator and also in my writing as a curator, as an educator. The reason why I'm drawn to the medium of the publication is because of its transportability and its level of timelessness. And also, I'm also drawn to the performative nature of storytelling, which exists in many realms, both in the house and the classroom and in our community. And yes, so basically what I'm focusing on right now is creative writing and storytelling as pedagogical development. So I've kind of constructed this vague framework of which I'm working from in dealing with accessibility in different kinds of publication. So the first is sort of this raw regurgitation, this natural flow of text. The second is a curated version, which is imageless. The second is a combination of text and image, and the fourth is only images. So with this triangle, I'm trying to sort of find which methods are more effective in terms of communicating, in this case, my concerns for environmental science. The current project I'm working on right now is a trilogy of children's books, mainly for 9 to 12-year-old readers. They're dedicated to the first 3 layers of the Grand Canyon, which are Kaibab, Pukunino, and Tarwi. And sort of the aim of these 3 books is to not only act as a pilot for my final thesis, but also to sort of communicate ways we'll serve as a pedagogical device to show how we may listen to our environment and appreciate our immense networks that we're surrounded in and also within ourselves. And the intention of this, the purpose of it is to raise consciousness about our climate and our environment, and also to sort of decenter the self in order to understand the complexities that exist among us. And in doing this, I'm bringing together research that is transdisciplinary in nature. So I'm drawing sources from anthropology, from geography, geology, environmental studies, and the visual arts, of course. So as this is a work in progress, I have only today a pilot of the first book of the 3 that I would like to show you. And it's sort of manifesting, it's my first attempt at manifesting my research into more accessible publication. And it was all inspired by this artist called Natalie Doonan, who is a multimedia performance artist who spoke about her field study of cloudberries, which are small rhizomatic berries that live in the north. And this sort of project was to communicate how we should listen to our environment and through storying to hopefully reach an effective pedagogical level. So I have a few samples here that I'd like to show you.
unfortunately, the screen is blue, so some of my colors will come up. But this is like a small drawing that was a result from this cloudberry discussion. And then this is a picture of a cloudberry, which is hard to see, but they're yellow and they're like yellow raspberries, basically. And so this is sort of the story that I've finished recently. It's still sort of in transformation, and it has to be yet printed well, but this is sort of the story, and Kai is a small little cloudberry that lives on this island in the North Sea, well, in the north of Canada in the sea, and she kind of uses the elements of nature to communicate to humankind and inform them of the damages they're doing. I really wish the colors would work. But Bab is her friend, so it's Kai and Bab together. And slowly their island starts to get noise pollution, the water gets polluted, this sort of island becomes gray, and the trees start to droop, and the air becomes spotty, like polluted. And suddenly a human arrives on the island, and through song, the little berries are able to communicate how humankind is damaging the nature among us, and we should be listening to our environment. And the human goes back to their civilization and changes things, and the air no longer is spotty, and everyone's happy again. So this is like just one sort of level of that triangle I showed you of trying to communicate larger issues and make it more accessible. In terms of my process, the illustrations are all made from photos that I've taken over the past 5 years of my environment and places I've been. Then what is to come still is my experiments with a textless publication, so more like a zine format, and try to sort of test the level of circulation and its effects. So that's something that still has yet to be tested. And this learning process that I've been on has really made me aware of how, as an educator and a teacher, an educator and an artist and a researcher, it's important to position yourself and to understand your place in the environment before imparting knowledge and sort of sharing experiences to others, and especially educating. Yeah, so this is kind of a cycle that kind of concludes everything for me. So for me, part of understanding the environment is accompanied by defining home, defining where you stand, understanding your place, and positioning yourself within it. And from having that level of understanding yourself, you can then develop this environmental awareness, not only about the nature, but also relationships in your life, your community. And that hopefully will lead into sort of experiential place-based theory and pedagogy, which then I will establish as balance with the levels of accessibility for learners, and it's all like a cycle. So this is kind of a personal philosophy that I've just been working on for this pilot thesis project, but it's all in working.
You have some vocabulary concerning the Grand Canyon. Yeah. And then some vocabulary coming from ecology in Canada. Yes. So where do those two things come? How do those two things come together in your heart?
Well, for me, I just I haven't been to the Grand Canyon personally, but it's somewhere I'd love to go. And having grown up like in Houston, there's a lot of sort of this, it's very common. The Grand Canyon was always mentioned in class. It's also fascinating to me because of the evident layers of rock. And sort of it's the second oldest canyon in the world. And it just holds a lot of historical meaning. So maybe not so much personal because I don't have a personal relationship with it, but more sort of that. And I also really like the names of the first three layers, like Kai Bam is super cute for a story. So yeah, so it's kind of like also discussing the importance of rock and the untold story of the layers. So good. So. Yeah.
I'm being a digital thinker here, so yeah. I'm wondering on the spectrum of like, making art with your hands and having it in front of you,
And then it goes into print, and then it goes all the way into just digital. Where do you think this best fits your project? For your goals here?
For my goals, well, I was sort of mostly thinking of the physical media or the digital media, but I guess depending on how it is received by the public audience, maybe sort of online games for readers of that age, 9 to 12, or sort of forums online, that interact with the characters and maybe the different elements in the story. But it would be, in my mind, mostly a printed handheld sort of physical project. But it'd be interesting to go there.
What's your interest in home?
I'm sorry?
What is your interest in home? How do you get it?
My interest in home? It's been a motif in my art making and in my studies for a long time because I've constantly been relocated. So for me, as someone who's gone through that experience of being relocated, I just ask myself, how does one define home when home is always changing? So for me personally, how I define home is, I don't know, that's a really good question. I would say it's definitely my grandmother's farm. It's where I've been most of my life, but sort of that's what my future thesis is going to be about, sort of discovering different definitions of home and how people define it differently.
Last question.
You haven't really said anything about the children's participation, either in the art or in nature. It seems that if this is passive, as opposed to the implication being that it should be active.
Right. Yes.
So how does that fit into your system?
Well, in terms of in the distribution, you mean, of the publication? As in, like, it hasn't been...
No, in terms of getting children involved in the process.
Right. This is just sort of a mini project. So I guess the hope of this project is to encourage sort of this perspective of,
did you still?
No, it's good. I just didn't expect it. No, it's good. Sort of encouraging this perspective of arts-based environmental education, and
I know, but what I'm saying is that if it's not a hands-on experience, you're talking about a passive kind of response from the part of the student, which would depend very heavily on the ability of the teacher rather than the student. Now, is there any way in your system of getting more active students as part of the project?
My scope does not reach that point. I would say what it's trying to say is a message that sort of encourages listening to the environment, listening to your settings and listening to the nature around you. But that's something that I'm also trying to work with in terms of this triangle of, like, sort of how much do you expose, how much do you not, how much do you tell, how much do you let be learned, So although it's not encouraged, it's not like a lesson plan that encourages interaction with nature, I hope that it's one of many perspectives that would build to that eventually.
That's what I'm
Okay.
Did you need maybe USB key?
I do.
Okay. Let's put it right
Just
here.
pull that out without
Okay.
Should I move it to the desktop?
Yeah, it works a bit better if it's not off the USB key.
Exactly.
And then we'll just eject it so that you can use the remote.
All right. Where to go?
You can click right here. And then eject here.
Here.
And you just press on the eject. Yeah. There we go. And then this way you can use your remote. Just whether you might want to test it, just might want to just test it. Make sure you're comfortable with it. Looks
Oh, I have notes somewhere.
Actually, it's the same five slide.
Hi, everybody. We're going to start. Just a very brief announcement. The doors are going to close downstairs. So once you leave, you can't come back in. So if you're going to stay, stay. But if you do try to come back in, okay. So this is Dr. Bradley Nelson. He is a professor of Spanish in the Department of Classics, Modern Language, and Linguistics. He's also the Associate Dean of Academic Programs and Development at the School of Graduate Studies. We'd like to thank you very much for being here.
Thanks. I want to thank Rhonda for the invitation. I've seen a number of sessions today. It's a really great conference. I've learned quite a few things at the conference today. I was trained originally as a language teacher, taught high school Spanish for 6 years before I went to graduate school. I do have to say, when I was listening, I don't see her here now, but I was listening to Joy's presentation this morning where she talked about the sort of imposter feeling that you have when you wander into new contexts, and nothing puts you in that frame more so than being an administrator, where the minute you put on the title of something like Associate Dean of Academic Programs and Development, you become an automatic expert in curriculum, whether you have a degree in that or not. And of course, in universities, no one trains administrators, right? You show up the first day, people assume you know things. Perhaps you know some things, but maybe, you know, and in a situation like that, you find yourself at the University of Calgary someday talking about, oh, I don't know, industrial partnerships with postdoctoral fellows, never having supervised a postdoc and never having done an industrial partnership. And that is a true story. I do know a few things about curriculum. I'm not an education professor, but I have been an educator for a long time. And so
when Rhonda said I should talk about interdisciplinarity, a few thoughts went through my mind. We do have a number of projects, interdisciplinary curriculum projects at the graduate level going on in the School of Graduate Studies. But I didn't think it would be that interesting to talk about navigating the bureaucracy at Concordia. Although it might be interesting, for some of the personalities that I've run into over the years, I can't imagine it would be that useful for you as students. It'd be more useful for faculty members, but even then it'd be more like cocktail gossip, I think, at the end of the day. So what I decided to do was talk about what I do know, and that is my own trek through a number of interdisciplinary projects as both a language teacher and eventually a scholar of early modern Spanish literature, and early modern simply means Renaissance and Baroque. So that is my main shtick, and I'm going to talk about some of those things today and end up with why I think it's really important to move in interdisciplinary networks and interdisciplinary work. So interdisciplinary beginnings, I started as both a language teacher, Spanish teacher, and some of you might be familiar with the ACTFL pyramid of competencies there on the left, and as an English teacher, which was my major when I was in college. And a lot of things in common there. I've got Hamlet there, and I'll come back to Hamlet at the end of the talk. But reading Shakespeare is not like learning a foreign language. Reading Shakespeare is learning a foreign language because language changes through history, right? And so there was a lot of cross-fertilization in the two things that I was looking at. When I became a high school language teacher, my goal was to teach the students enough Spanish so that I could teach them literature and do what I really wanted to do in class. But that meant 4 classes a day of grammar. On the other hand, teaching language is in itself an interdisciplinary project, right? I mean, you have your 4 competencies, you have to look at culture, you have to look at culture in history, and you start teaching literature in foreign language, you get into something called philology. How many of you know what philology is? Wow, one person. So philology is basically the historical study of language, right? So if you're going to study Shakespeare, you want to study English at the time that Shakespeare was writing English. And that project, figuring out what those words mean, how they fit together, what they're alluding to, because there are all kinds of literary and cultural and historical allusions in Shakespeare that you need to study Shakespeare a long time to figure out. This is all part of something called philology, right? And it is part of the language teaching enterprise as well. You have to teach interpretation. We were talking, Rhonda had a presentation earlier today about moving between languages in similar grammatical forms, right? And you have to interpret not just the words, but the grammar and how it goes together. And so there's a lot of interpretation that goes on. And there is understanding, right? And not just understanding the text, but understanding the culture whose language you're trying to learn. So we get into questions of the other, not just the other, but yourself as another in another language, right? And that can be either liberating or constricting. For me, it was completely liberating, and is how I ended up being being interested in learning Spanish, which was a trip when I was 16 and went to Spain and met other Spaniards and developed a basic understanding that really affected me for the rest of my life. It set me on a lifelong trip to learn language. So these were sort of the beginnings. When I got into graduate studies, later than most, the project I took on was also interdisciplinary in nature. This is an emblem. This is a type of literature that was produced in early modernity. Basically, you can sort of look at them as early modern comic books. The emphasis is on illustration, and they are a multimedia production. you see two parts of the, well, you can see all three, actually. The emblem book has an image which is easily recognizable, and it was actually an accident that the Hamlet image this are together, but of course the iconic image from Hamlet is him holding a skull of, geez, this is embarrassing.
Something like.
Is it Roderick? I knew him well. Anyway, but the emblem book is a combination of visual images, a Latin motto, and then usually an explicatory text in the prose of the language in the country where it is published, right? So you have a visual image, you have Latin, you have Spanish, right? And so there are very different levels of interpretation that are going on in emblem book. These were mass produced. They were mass produced at a time when not very many people read. So in a sense, it was a transfer of sort of the what goes on in churches with the illustrations of the different moments in the Bible visually into a book, but now with interpretations in prose and a Latin motto, right? And the idea is that the three work together to produce a sort of message that would be more powerful than if the message were only communicated in one of those, right? So I'll remind you that philology is at the heart of this. Also iconography and iconology, right? Sort of seeing where the images come from, what the images mean historically. You have to know a number of languages to get into the emblem. But what I found most interesting about the emblem is that the emblem is in every genre of literature in early modernity. You can't understand in a very profound way, whether it's a theatrical text or whether it's Don Quixote or a poem, if you're not understanding some of the visual images, right, that the writers are using, right? So this is another very interdisciplinary kind of project. It gets into issues of politics very quickly because the Jesuits, who were a growing religious order at the time, used emblems to teach their students not only about the history of religion and theology, but students were also were required to produce emblems because emblems are a very quick way to teach and also manipulate people from the pulpit or from the throne or from the stage, right? This is the Baroque era is an era of masks. It is an era of performance. It is an era of theater, and the visual is super important, right? So there's an interdisciplinary matrix which is required for you to see some sort of depth in these in these art forms. Not only that, but the emblem itself is a production of various participants. You have a poet, you have an engraver, you have a translator, you have a publisher, and of course, finally, you have a reader. In fact, although they say that the first emblem book was invented by an Italian writer named Andrea Alciato, Alciato didn't give his book to the publisher with images. The publisher himself threw the images on the book because he thought he could sell more books, right? So the inventor of the emblem book is not actually a writer or an artist, right? But a bookmaker, right? Someone with a keen eye for marketing. Oops, wrong direction. Another form of interdisciplinarity, which if you work in comp lit or in any sort of critical theory or literary field or historical field, is the use of productive anachronism, right? In other words, the attempt to move through history, right, looking for similarities and themes or differences around similar images or similar motifs. This is an image sure if you're familiar with this. This is an image from Lars von Trier's movie Melancholia. Right? Melancholia, you can't see it, but there's a planet here, and it's bearing down on Earth, right? And it's going to annihilate Earth. That's why it's so melancholic, this movie. But the idea, one idea from the Baroque, right? The idea that, overrides everything that we do, right? Thus, there's not much importance to what we do. Death will swallow it up in the end, is something that we see in Melancholia as well. In fact, almost all of Lars von Trier's movies that you're familiar with the cinema, right? And so you can look productively at a similar theme like an apocalyptic mentality or melancholia, and move through time and see some of the similarities, right? The overwhelming presence of media in the Baroque, right? And it is the Baroque that produces a national theater in Spain and a national theater in England in the form of Shakespeare and company, right? These are social and political activities that are engaged in controlling a population in the interests, right, of a monarchical apparatus of power, right? The theater is linked to the production of state power, right? And there are many who've made the argument that the current media inflation that we currently inhabit has a similar effect, similar domesticating effect on those of us who are the subject of this barrage of media on a daily basis, right? So this movement from time can illuminate some interesting propositions, some interesting arguments, and again, some understanding on our own predicament, right? And none of this is possible if we stick within one particular time period or one particular scientific practice. Another interdisciplinary engagement that I've already mentioned it a little bit, right? But the idea of public performance, the idea of the importance of the media, right? In this case, the presence of ritual, not only in the church in early modernity, but on the stage. Because there are lots of similarities, right, between the rituals in the church and the rituals on the stage in early modern Europe, okay? If we take something like a sporting event, or perhaps the most ritualistic event that I've seen on TV in the last 20 years, which would be the opening ceremonies for the Olympics in any given year, right? You can see that even though we're modern, or we call ourselves modern, right? There are lots of very primitive ritualistic structures, performances, activities that structure our daily life, right? This, in fact, is a representation of an early modern outdoor thing, right? It's not a very clear picture, but these are the stakes, right? Which the protagonists of the Auto de Fe, right, which are the heretics who are going to be tied to those stakes and set aflame eventually. But the point of this portrait, I would argue, which is very ordered, right, is to show how ordered and reasonable and rational, right, such a horrible, destructive, chaotic, and unreasonable act be, right? And here you have the use of ritual, right, in, again, the production of a kind of power. If we were to look closely at these individuals, they would all be wearing symbols or emblems, crests of their genealogical past, their heraldic images, There would be a lot of visual symbols here, and we have a very structured representation of that, right? And it's moving through then these various disciplines, whether it's ritual studies, whether it's theater, whether it's poetry, culture of spectacle, or something like iconography, that we produce a depth in our knowledge, right? And I don't know if you know this, but you actually need two eyes to produce depth perception. If you only have one eye, you cannot produce depth perception. So maybe that's a cheap little metaphor, but I would argue that the more interdisciplinarity that you have, right, the more depth that you can bring to whatever it is that you're studying. Obviously, each of these fields takes a little bit of, not a little bit, right? It takes some dedication, takes some reading, it takes some coursework. I'm not suggesting that you go out willy-nilly and take everything on at the same time. I mean, I've been at this for a while now. I guess since I started my PhD studies, that long, 24, 25 years, right? And none of this came about sort of programmatically. It's the kind of thing where one thing leads you to another, Another thing, this is probably perhaps closer to the hearts of a lot of you here, right, would be cognitive cultural studies, which is something that's become much more important recently in literary studies. So what happened there? Did that before. This is another emblem, okay? This is the emblem of occasion. Occasion is represented by, that's a naked female figure standing on a wheel holding a knife. Okay, the wheel would be like the wheel of fortune or the wheel of time. Okay, and what you can't see very well is she has a lock of hair and it comes out of the front of her head. There's no hair back here. The lock comes out of the front of her head, right? And the thing about occasion is you have to catch her when she's approaching, right? If you wait until she's passed, you're just going to get nothing but skull there. It's going to be passed, right? So this is an image of catching an opportunity as it's coming towards you, right? And even if you grasp the hair, she has this knife here to slice off. I'm assuming her hair, not your hand. Take that for what you want. But this is an image that shows how thought functions in bodily metaphors, right? How we use things like grasping or seeing or moving through time, jumping on an occasion, right? If you're familiar with Lakoff and Johnson's work on metaphor, these were a couple of papers that I wrote and presented in the U.S. on use of embodied metaphors in literature, right? And the point of that was not so much to take Lakoff and Johnson and show how Cervantes was anticipating embodied cognitive thought 400 years ago, but actually to take some of the things that Cervantes was doing and nuance what is going on in Lakoff and Johnson. And I won't bore you with the details of that. But the reason I mention it now is that whatever your main research is, right? It's easy if you get involved in another interdisciplinary enterprise to let the new body of knowledge sort of overwhelm what it is that you're working with, right? A lot of cognitive literary studies, for example, almost overwhelm the literature that they're working on, trying to show how these authors are anticipating science, right? 300 or 400 or 50 years ago or whatever it is, right? The trick in interdisciplinarity, as I understand it, is to show what, in my case, Miguel de Cervantes has to show, to teach contemporary cognitive theorists about what's going on in the mind. And he actually does have a lot to say about that. Just as a lot of you have been talking about storytelling and how these stories, right, have a lot to say about what's going on in science. The same thing goes on in cognitive cultural studies, at least over the last 10 years. It's become a lot more refined. This brings me to my current project, which is something I call Baroque science fiction. And it's the idea that in a work like Don Quixote, you have, it's hard to say exactly how many perspectives there are bearing on the reality, right? And it's fiction, of course, and I'll get to that in a minute too, right? I really do realize it's fiction, right? But if we just take the basic setup, right, of Don Quixote and Sancho, we have two versions of reality accompanying each other and arguing with each other and informing each other and having an impact on the reality around them, right? I don't want you to confuse the Don Quixote of Cervantes with the Don Quixote of Man of La Mancha, right? The impossible dream and all of these things, right? Don Quixote is sort of a madman, right? And he is out of touch with reality. But his projections create violence everywhere he goes, right? He constructs a reality, even though it's delusional, everywhere he goes, right? Sancho comes with a different reality, and they come into conflict. These are just two characters. There are about 30 other characters in the novel, at least, that have significant dialogue, that are also constructing reality as they go. I'm not sure if you're familiar with how quantum mechanics works in science, but that's how it works in science, right? There's not a reality out there that we describe, right? And it stays the same. And with each scientific theorem, we get a little closer to understanding that static reality out there that's always waiting for us. Quantum mechanics, every scientific intervention creates some of the conditions that are going to inform the knowledge that comes out of that engagement. Okay, and so the scientist doesn't study a static reality, right, and create knowledge. The scientist is engaging and constructing reality as she moves through her experiments. Okay, and this is very similar to how Baroque art functions. Okay? Many different perspectives coming on reality from many different angles. Those images, that image of Hamlet, or that image from the play of Hamlet at the beginning, is an image of nothingness in the end, right? It's black eyes looking on to nothing, right? I'm not saying there's no reality out there, but there's no way to grasp the way we try to have the way, say, Newtonian physics would say that there's a reality out there that we're just describing. Okay? And so that informs what I'm calling a quantum approach to Don Quixote or Baroque science fiction. And this is the time, right, when Galileo and Kepler are redefining, right, what the position of Earth is in the cosmos, right? Instead of being the center, the Earth now is rotating around the sun, right? We have a heliocentric setup, which removes Earth from the center and makes it just another planet, right? Which again removes human beings from the middle of the equation and puts us in motion around reality, right? And so it is, in a sense, a precursor to quantum mechanics all the way back to the 17th century. Finally, these are all interdisciplinary things that I've run into and been working on myself. Humanists, we tend to publish by ourselves, right? Kind of lonely people that way. When I started as an administrator, however, I started to collaborate with other colleagues, right? One of them being a fellow administrator who had this job before I did, who's a professor in your department, actually, Vivek Venkat, right? And Vivek and I have been collaborating through his Symposium and Someone projects around the topic of hate speech sexual violence, these sorts of things, which are things that I've dealt with in the Baroque, right? So I've showed you the auto de fe. There is a lot of, shouldn't be a surprise in an era like the Counter-Reformation when heretics are being burned at the stake and the Moors are being kicked out of Spain and populations are being decimated in the New World, that there is a proliferation of hate speech in that time period. And in fact, that the art of the time period is overwhelmingly populated with instances of hate speech. And so working with Vivek was a way for me to come out of early modernity and start collaborating and dialoguing, not only out of early modernity, but out of Hispanic studies, right? And start collaborating in more public discussions, more public venues, just as it was an opportunity for him to provide some historical context for the projects that he has been undertaking. And we continue to collaborate. We're working together actually on an analysis of a play by Cervantes that's going to come out this summer. And we're also collaborating on what I hope is going to be a public discussion performance by a fascinating musical group in Montreal. I don't know if you've ever seen Gypsy Cumbia Orchestra. So one of the choreographers in that group was actually a Spanish student of mine a while ago. And so I'm having opportunities now, not just to do interdisciplinary work, but collaborate with others, which has really been enriching for my own work. So this is sort of a list, right, of some of the things I've taken you through. Second language acquisition, visual culture, this is another emblem, performance studies, cognitive cultural studies, science and humanities, historical embodiments, hate speech, all of it under an overarching or inside of an overarching frame of critical thought. This emblem, actually, these are supposed to be spectacles, right? You can see they're all sort of cut into different lenses there. It's supposed to be an image of a multiple view on reality, right? It's a very interesting image, again, coming from early 17th century Spain. The idea being there's no one point of view from which you can get a view of reality, but that, again, as I said earlier, you need multiple perspectives to bring depth to the knowledge that we're trying to create. And I want to get to one last thing, which is the importance of fiction, since that is my thing. This is what I'm going to leave you with my talk. These two images are responding to some work done by a French anthropologist named Bruno Latour. I'm not sure if you're familiar with his work. His probably his best known book is something called We Were Never Modern, right? And his basic argument is that the idea that there's a static reality, one reality out there that we can describe scientifically, is not that structurally different from the medieval idea that there is a transcendent God who looks down and guarantees everything from the heavens, has one meaning, right? One meaning according to this point, right? And what he's describing there is the tendency to invest too much credence in particular scientific approaches and their grasp of reality. I know it probably seems like a bad time when we're having all of these discussions about climate change and sort of a devaluation of science. But I would argue that it would be through an interdisciplinary network and conversation, right? And an institutional emphasis on the importance of a difference between something like fiction which can teach us something about reality and lies, which are something that simply is there to distract us, right? And attempt to sell a particular monological view world that we might be able to clamber out of this particular predicament. Anyway, Latour has this concept that he calls the double click phenomenon, right? So this nice magical house. The double click concept says that, or Latour argues that when we click on an icon on a computer screen, right, and an icon, of course, has a religious connotation as well. Latour doesn't let us forget this, right? The idea that an icon is an image that embodies that which it represents, right? Whether it would be an icon of the Virgin Mary or an icon of some other kind of religious figure or a relic or something like that. Well, Latour says we double click on the icon and it takes us to a destination, right? And we tend to forget all of the algorithmic, technological, legal, financial, all of these kinds of modes that go into constructing and maintaining and monitoring and legally controlling the internet. We tend to forget about all of those modes that go into bringing us from the click to the destination. In other words, the double click is a representation of the idea that we have an unmediated access to reality. Okay? And for Latour, this is the dangerous part of investing into, I guess, what I would call a more 19th century scientific view of the world, certainly pre-quantum mechanics, right? And so to sort of illustrate what Latour is talking about there, I have taken an illustration of how a telescope works, right? You look in a telescope and you think it takes you directly to the image, right? Well, it doesn't. There are all these different reflections, right, going on inside of the telescope, right? And these are the mediations that Latour is trying to get, some of the mediations that Latour is trying to get us to remember through his concept of the double click. One of the modes that Latour is most interested in studying actually is the mode of fiction, right? The reason Latour is interested in fiction is because unlike many of the other modes, right, whether you're talking about legal discourse, you're talking about financial discourse, whether you're talking about, again, scientific algorithms. The thing about fiction is that a writer always knows that she's dealing in fiction, right? Fiction is self-conscious of its own fictional status, right? Where it's easy to get confused in the other modes, right? That you're somewhere between fiction and reality. These quotes come from a paper that hasn't actually been published yet. It comes from an afterword of a volume I'm co-editing called Mediologies. How does that go again? Reading reality in the time of inflationary media. Right? It goes back to some of the other things that I was saying. So their point is that fiction of Castillo and Eggington is that fiction, art, philosophy have the power to infect our beliefs with the self-knowledge that keeps us from being enthralled to them, and with the self-difference that deflates the power of a rhetoric predicated on collapsing artifice thing, collapsing the difference between the click and where you go. Fictional awareness, a reading skill honed by engaging in representations that reframe and problematize how the media frame and position reality, primes us to be critical receptors of media in general and to be attuned to how our own identities and desires are implicated in mediatic representations. Okay? And so if we think of our scientific engagements or our scientific research as a kind of media, right? Being self-reflexive, right, helps us be better scientists in the end. And how we become more self-reflexive is through interdisciplinarity, by bouncing our concepts, by bouncing our paradigms, by bouncing our research models and hypotheses off of things coming out of other disciplines, right? Out of the work coming out of your colleagues, your fellow students, and maybe every once in a while your professors, but never an administrator. And with that, that's the end of my talk. What's that? Yorick. Thank you. Poor Yorick. Yes.
Much of your talk, I illustrate that much of art and science and everyday reality depends on metaphorical thinking. And yet we seem to be living in an age increasingly where the literal becomes the God. So how does one, as educated, how does one fight that when we're all surrounded by corporate interests and the media and everything else, which emphasizes this unitary view of the world as opposed to metaphorical thinking?
I would say that it's a great question. I would say that what we need is a curriculum in reality training. And what I mean by that is that it doesn't mean what you think it means, right? So how do we get there, right? So these I would call these fundamentalisms that you're talking, right? Ultimately, this idea that there's a world, right? That some people have access to this world and others do not, is constructed on frames, right? Different kinds of frames, right? If we look at, say, a humorist like Stephen Colbert, right? Who does a great job of pulling the rug out from underneath this kind of discourse at the political level. What he does is actually perform the kinds of frames that produce the discourse coming out of a Donald Trump or of a George Bush or of any politician, right, who claims to represent an authentic, real, and immediate grasp on reality, right? And so what I was trying to look at here are different kinds of frames, right? And if you can multiply the frames, then you can, through the use of irony, right? Through the use of irony, show how this truth discourse is itself a kind of metaphor, right? And a mask, and how it's connected institutionally to particular kinds of interests. But it's so you can produce that kind of pedagogy, right? But you need a willing student in the end. And this, I think, is what is proving difficult in the era of Facebook, right? Where you have a lot of micro communities, right, that only communicate within themselves. And they create this sort of the idea that an individual can have a direct access to reality, right? Which in the end is creating like an individualistic or an individual fundamentalism, right? I have my own view of reality, you can't argue, right? This is fundamentalism in the end, right? And how does this happen? This happens by communicating with like-minded individuals in micro-communities in social media, micro-communities that are constructed in large part by the same algorithms that Latour is trying to get us to recognize through this concept of the double click, right? So how do you get out of these fundamentalisms? You can only get out of them through performing them or showing how they are framed. And I guess this is what I mean by reality training. Not that you have a view on reality, but that you start to learn how to take apart the frames through which your view of reality is being manipulated, constructed, and handed to you, right? Pre-made. So that's what I mean by reality training.
But if I may just add one other thing, the irony or the difficulty is that in order to function, we have to believe in certain kinds of unrealities.
Yes.
So the question becomes how one arranges those unrealities, which are the ones that are useful and productive, and which are the ones that are counterproductive and harmful.
I would say that reading fiction, viewing art, seeing movies, provide the kind of training, right, that allows people to distinguish between a productive fiction and an unproductive fiction, right? Latour would argue that we need to start from institutional values, right? Things like transparency, things like equity, right? Things like dialogism, right? A spirit of inquiry that takes for granted the multiplicity of modes that go into producing scientific knowledge. What Latour does is he goes into a scientific lab and he just starts taking notes about all the different scripts that are moving through the production of science, right? So this could be TA contracts, this could be research assistant contracts, this could be grant applications, this could be patents, this could be IP arguments, this could be professorial salaries that are coming into play, this could be disputes over space within the university, this could be press releases, in other words, all the different kinds of scripts and modes that come to bear before you can produce the paper that goes to the publication, which is the ultimate product of the scientific lab, okay? And so what he does is he basically takes the paper and tracks the multiplicity of practices that go into it, okay? If we're looking at the representation of power on television, we would want to be doing the same thing, looking at the different frames and the different scripts that go into that, right? Instead of concentrating on just the last image or the last message, right? What happens in Don Quixote is that there are 3 or 4 narrators. There's not one narrator. None of them is trustworthy, okay? There is a prologue, which starts like any prologue. Well, it doesn't start like any prologue, but a prologue in early modernity is basically a frame for showing the reader how they're supposed to read the book. Okay? The prologue starts, I actually don't know how to write a prologue. That's how Cervantes starts. Right? His avatar is sitting there trying to write a prologue. He doesn't know how to do it. Right? He's tearing his hair out and he's got this 600-page novel and he can't write the prologue. It's a silly thing, right? The prologue is generally a prescription for how to read the book that's coming after. Okay? So he has a friend who walks in and says, "You're being stupid. Just take some quotations from there, take some citations from there, right? Throw them all together. And then you write, and another part of the prologue are these poems that like famous people write at the beginning of your book so that it makes other people want to read your book, right? So famous authors come in and they write poems. You know, you've seen the jackets of bestsellers, right? They're filled with comments from authors of other bestsellers, right? To get you to read this book. It's the same thing, except Cervantes' friend says, no, you just write the poems yourself, right? And then you say they're from this person or that person or the other person, right? And so what does he do? So he makes fun of the use of the sort of medieval use of, you know, like the book of quotes, right? So he makes fun of the use of medieval authorities to prop up a book. Then he makes fun of the use of contemporary authorities to prop up a book. And so in the end, you're left with an anti-guide for reading Don Quixote, right? Not only that, but there are 3 or 4 untrusty narrators. And you learn eventually that the whole book in Spanish is actually a translation from the Arabic, right? And there's nothing more untrustworthy in early modern Spain than an Arabic, right? So and this is part of the irony. So you move down through the frames, okay? And Cervantes deconstructs each frame of authority, cultural authority, political authority, religious authority, okay, by showing you exactly how those authorities are put together, okay? So I guess my answer would be, well, we do it with Cervantes does, right? We take the frames that are delivering to us this sort of pre-ruminated, pre-masticated reality, right? And we become literate in reading different mediatic frames so that we can decide, right, which fiction is more palatable, more useful, more humane, more just, more ethical than the other fiction, right, that we're being told is the only one that we should abide by. So I guess that's my best shot at answering your question. You've been very patient, all of you. Anything else? No. Yes.
I have a question about, because you said that you moved towards interdisciplinary studies as an administrator, and so you felt like you were in a bit of a silo, it seems, before then.
Well, no, I was doing interdisciplinary work. What I did was start collaborating with others, right? Started playing better with others.
So I guess my question is, what are your comments
about I would say that we are limited by our institutional frameworks. And I would include, and I'm not criticizing anything that I'm going to describe right now, right? But we are limited by our collective agreements. We are limited by our departmental structures. We are limited by our faculty structures. We are limited by the fact that deans control most of the resources for the faculties. And so it's very hard to do things like team teaching at Concordia. It's very hard to deliver teaching contracts to graduate students. It's very hard to, if you have 2 departments and 2 different faculties and they want to do a program together, and we have an example now, it's inevitable that students who are coming from one faculty are going to be better funded than students coming from another faculty. It's inevitable that supervisors coming from one faculty are going to be better compensated than supervisors from another faculty. Our space, the fact that space is generally controlled by the faculties as well, is another limitation on our ability to do, for example, research creation across the faculties. Okay? Because studio space there's such a high, it's very expensive in institutional terms, the studio, the little bit of studio space that we have. We are limited by the number of responsibilities that faculty members have, in the sense it's very difficult for faculty members to write new programs, right? If they're teaching a full load, or if they have a large number of graduate students, or if they're spending most of their summers writing grant applications, you know, this, that, the other thing. So I guess, so on the one hand, right, we have an enormous amount of very gifted and talented and brilliant professors and students at Concordia, with a lot of potential to do a lot of interdisciplinary work. On the other hand, and any administrator from the president on down will tell you, we have a lot of work to do in terms of releasing these energies and finding just finding ways to make that work possible, and then of course promoting that work in the community. So those come out of my administrative experiences for sure. We're working on all of those things, right? These are the challenges, these are the main challenges of my job as an associate dean, right? It's overcoming a lot of institutional barriers, right? Trying to release the amazing energy that we have. Anything else? Thanks.
All right, everyone, before you all go off to the, and what I hope is all of you go off to enjoy some refreshments and snacks that are waiting for you. I just wanted to, first of all, say thank you all for coming. This was a fantastic event. We had a lot of people. The rooms always had people, and it's just great to see it all come together so well. And before you leave, I do want to say thank you to a few people who couldn't be here today, but are really, really important. A significant amount of work was done by the tech office. Pierre, Peter, Mike, and Steph. It is unbelievable how many hours they put in while actually doing their full-time jobs. And in fact, on several occasions, they were here before they normally have to be, and they stayed later than they had to. And it was amazing how much work they did. I also would like to thank all the admins, Tamara, Nadine, Brooke, Sarah, Sherry, Sean, and Donald, who also put up with a lot of my crap. And there's a significant amount. And again, everything went off without a hitch, thanks to all of those people. But of course, I have to thank all the committee members. We started meeting in, I think, early October. We had monthly meetings and then bi-weekly meetings, and we constantly were emailing each other, text messaging each other, Facebooking each other, and everything happened seemingly without a hitch. Everybody together, all the hard work everybody put in made it look almost easy. It really wasn't. And of course, thank you to all the volunteers who were under no obligation at all to come here. And they came, and they all did amazing work. Everybody seemed to know where they were going. All the presentations happened pretty close to on time, but they kept moving, and everybody who wanted to present was able to present. And that is fantastic all on its own. And then, of course, then you have to thank the presenters themselves. We had a lot of presenters. We had 59 abstracts submitted for presentations and posters. And I actually don't know how many in the end I presented, but it was a lot of them. And I think a lot of people who really wanted the opportunity to share their research or to share what they're working on were able to, which is really the whole point of the Graduate Symposium in the Department of Education. We also had a lot of people, not just from Concordia, we had people from McGill, Sherbrooke, Bishop, Carleton,
one guy all the way from Western in London, Ontario. So it was fantastic. I'd also like to thank the panelists. I'm not sure if any are left, but both panels, are they? No? Oh, Edward, you're still there. Fantastic. Well, thank you. And all the other panelists who have left and hopefully will come back for the drinking. It was great. The panels were so cool. Everybody loved them. And it was cool to have something a little bit more informal than just somebody speaks for 20 minutes and then people ask questions. And of course, the keynote speakers, and Louise sadly had to leave, but thank you so much, Dr. Nelson. I'm not sure which title you prefer. You have many titles. Brad is good. Brad, thank you so much, Brad. It was amazing that you could do this, and we were so excited you came, and I think everybody loved it. Thank you. And of course, finally, all the guests, because in the end, it doesn't matter unless you come and watch. So now that I have thanked everyone, hopefully everybody can give themselves a pat on the back, because whether you helped produce the event or whether you just came and watched the event, you were equally important. And to prove how important I think you are, there is a significant amount of food and drink in the kitchen, and I would like everybody here to go and relax before you go off and enjoy the rest of your lives. Thank you so much for coming to Graduate Symposium. Have a great night. Oh, you're welcome. Go enjoy it. Please, everybody is welcome.
Hello, I'm really oh, nice. It was at a point, in your presentation, and then you're like, oh boy, I wanted to question it. Exactly what year was that embossing? Like they try to place the thing. And then as you're talking, it got to a level of intensity that I was picturing myself as a technology that is basically a 3D projection of reality. It's, it's like we can go there, we can go even further than that, And then to see that, can you imagine the idea of, a reality TV show that would be said that people should look at this and look at themselves and realizing that they can actually choose what they want, and the imagination part of it.
Yeah.
So
choose what they think they want.
Exactly what they think, what they want, and then to make it so that if we're seeing ourselves as a one embodiment, take it to a next level. Then if we're functioning as a whole, and this is just a microcosm we're looking at, oh, I want to feel a lot better than that, a lot more interconnected. Harvan Snaka was, I think, quantum physics and mostly high-level engineering. Worked for Hydro-Quebec, developing artificial intelligence to manage electric systems. And we wrote a book called A Place for Dance in Whole Child Education and Scientific Perspective. And in fact, I'm happy now because I want to offer to teach this in the department to all teachers, because I'm also the founder of the Contact Dance Improvisation Association, the Biodance Association, that basically embodies the
art education. Do you an art education?
Yes, much so in a way, and not just that, but also into dance. But dance as the basis of everything we are at all. That I could sit on a panel right now with bring me any scientist in the world. Try to find me, and the Pope and everybody else, find me one thing in this universe, multiverse, that is not in the state of dance. Everything is. I look at this in a microscope, everything is, but not just motion. Motion is one thing. Dance is coherent motion. Dance is not what we see outside. It's what's interconnected inside. And I forgotten this, from about, when I was 5. I was told, better be dance. It was aware. And at one point, my mother, imagine, 7 years in a convent to 1, 2, 3 times ask, okay, I want to pronounce that. I want to go and be in a cloister all my life to communicate with God. the story changes. Thank God. that level of what are you doing? And then realizing, well, I also created a foundation called Soma Dance. Soma, of course, the whole, the sun, like the body, but as in a celestial body, with a, earth or sun or moon, plus atmosphere, troposphere, stratosphere, and all those spheres that we simply have this magnetosphere that is generated in the center of our so something. And since we started measuring it, it diminished by about 66 years. That would be like panicky. Imagine that, a third in like 66 years of all the trillion years that, this motion. But no, it's no worry. Because now we have these stereo satellites and the monitor the sun. You should have three. Then you get to see the whole thing. Anyway. And then every time there's a sun flare, it takes 8 minutes from that flare, the wave, the tsunami will arrive. And then this magnetosphere of ours does this funny thing. Just in time. It syncs with the sun. And and then that's the perspective that many scientists have been looking at. If I propose something else, what if instead we're like, imagine what the Earth right now has clouds with water and something like that, and then eclairs, And then this is like, no, lightning. And lightning functions exactly like the synapse in your brain. So I see microclouds and macros, and then going a little bit larger. Then you start realizing, if we're looking at, yes, the system, but also speaking, what if instead is basically there's more of a communication because it's more coherent. You don't need to go to levels so high, so intense, like TENS, neuromuscular stimulation. You go to the physiologist, physio.
Yeah, we wanted to.
Oh yes, please.
Like I do my master's in and we're like having a lot of and so I mean, first of all, this is
no, Monica's going home. She's done enough.
Going home?
Especially when you have your money. Drink wine.
Oh, good. Take some food.
It looks really good. Yeah.
Well, you might need to, you're gonna need to, because the tech will probably go up there.
Yeah, they are. But I mean, I'm in the school continuing studies. I'm in the school. We have a list and it's not always. I mean, to be cultural.
Actually, talking about that, the projects we're working on, how we're solving some of those issues and how some of those issues are solved. So that's called the Northeast Association of Grad Schools. And hopefully we'll get some ideas from other institutions, but you guys don't have the emails. So theoretically, there should be more flexibility.
Well, it's changing, like in terms of the unions, because I think like instructors within the school teams that now are moving work. So I was to say,
Are you a student?
One word. Like, aren't we all? Yeah, if I can learn my words, then yes, I could tell you that I am also a student in this department.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't have anything that I thought about to say to you. Just kind of. We just want to say. Caroline.
Your name is?
Yeah, that's you.
Let's go get a glass of water.
Oh, this. Still, yes, still, real water.
I didn't. All right, Danielle is